Alice something or other, another Democrat running for governor in California, who said the same thing. I mean, I don't really take what they say seriously in terms of hopefully not getting any votes. There's the Graham Plattner guy in Maine who continues
yeah.
I mean, he's kind of a traffic jam wreck. Isn't he kind of like a road wreck kind of a guy in terms of...
Yeah, I mean, let me say, you're talking about different things there. Let me say two things. I mean, the anti-Semitic example of this woman in Texas, outrageous, full stop. Nobody should vote for her, support her. That's just a degree of bigotry. And by the way, this is a moment in time when anti-Semitism is rising in this country. So, out of the party, don't vote for her, full stop, no support. Graham Plattner's a slightly different deal, right? And
why?
And again, there's a lot going on with Graham Plattner, but these allegations that he was sexting women when he was newly married, none of that stuff is good. But I think that's different than anti-Semitism, right? That's human feet of clay stuff. And here I say to myself, I do not in any way support that kind of activity. But really, Graham Plattner was sexting with some women, and the guy in the Oval Office is like bragging about how he sexually abuses women. They let you touch him. I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to make here, Lisa, is that I don't want to say that anti-Semitism is a purely Democratic thing, because it's not. It's not. It's on the right too.
I know that,
including guys like Tucker Carlson. And
I'm totally aware of that. But my issue is, because you're not a Republican, and I'm just asking you as a Democrat, where's the leadership, like the national leadership in the Democratic Party, to call these people out and say, you know what, you're trying to wear our brand, but you shouldn't wear our brand. Like, I got to give a little bit of prop to Ben Proto in the local Republican Party here, because there was a guy named, I think his last name is McCormick, and he came out with some ugly anti-gay things, disgusting things. And Ben Proto said, you know what? You're not a Republican. We don't want you in our tent. Yeah. That's what I'm asking you about the Democrats writ large. Where is a national Democratic leadership to say, Miss Galindo, you can't wear a Democratic endorsement. You're out.
Well, you just heard me say that, Lisa.
Yes.
I don't know what Chuck Schumer has said about Galindo. I don't follow Chuck Schumer all that closely, but you heard me say it pretty loud and clear.
Yeah, you did. But I guess you know what it is? Maybe the media isn't focusing on voices of leadership like yourself. It just feels, from where I sit, as a Jew who's a Democrat, I feel a little nervous and scared about the direction of the Democratic Party, because I want to hear more leadership say, you don't belong in our tent. We have a big tent, but you don't belong in this one. Like, get out.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. Look, and I will tell you, there's no question that around the world, not just in the United States, but the left wing does have a fringe that is anti-Semitic. It's Jeremy Corbyn in the United Kingdom. It's out there. It needs to be rejected 100%, the way I just spoke about Galindo. But do not tell me that it's only the left wing, right?
I would never say
you
that.
remember those marchers in Charlottesville? Those were Nazis.
100%. I would never say that. I'm covering everybody and everything all the time.
By the way, I agree with you on Ben Proto. Props to him. He spoke with clarity about this bigoted young man who was wearing the Republican. Props to Ben Proto. I really do appreciate that. Now, by the way, and we probably don't have time to get into this. Here's what I watch when I see some young people. I know it's dangerous to generalize. I see a lot of young people in particular confused and unwilling and unable to draw the line between legitimate criticism of the state of Israel, which I think we all support, right? We criticize any country, and anti-Semitism. And what I mean by that is you can criticize Israel, but when you start saying that Jews are responsible for the behavior of the state of Israel, you have gone one very big step too far. Mm-hmm. And, I see a lot of young people that and maybe I shouldn't pick on young people. I just see people who somehow cross that fairly obvious line between the legitimacy of criticizing the actions of the state of Israel and the line of anti-Semitism.
And I think you're right.
What do you think?
And I think you're right. And I think that's why a lot of Jewish people are very sensitive to criticism of Israel, because we see it as a very slippery slope. That's what we see it as.
Yeah.
That's why. And I appreciate your sensitivity to that, Congressman Himes. I think your people are like, he's got to go. He's got to go. So I guess you got to go. I'm hearing that in my ear from my producer. He's got
no. We've hit some big and important topics today.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
know, let me further ruminate though on your point about leadership. You know, and again, props to Ben Proto. You know what we didn't put in the context? Why did the Democratic Party barely raise a peep when we had a president who very clearly shouldn't have run for a second term? You know, what's going on there? You know, as you know, because you're sort of in politics.
You did, though.
Loyalty is important, but
you
my
did.
God.
But you did, Congressman Holmes.
Yeah, I did.
You went out there on a limb.
Crap for that.
You went out there on CNN, and you took all the heat at the beginning. And you should be proud of yourself for that. For the rest of your career in life, you should be proud of yourself for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But it is a funny topic, right? Because political loyalty is important, but there have got to be some bright lines around it.
I mean, Jill Biden just said she thought he was having a stroke while he was doing that debate. Does that make her better or worse afterwards when she gets up in front of the crowd and says, "You answered it right, Joe. Good job. Good job."
Oh, my God.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, really?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you have a great weekend, Congressman Himes. Have a wonderful
weekend. Thank you.
weekend.
You too, Lisa. Thanks so much for having me on.
Always a pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny and hot through this afternoon with a high of 90. Partly cloudy and mild overnight, below the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's June 5th. Happy birthday to Kenny G, who was partially responsible for the Starbucks Frappuccino, of all things. In 1968, the late President Kennedy's younger brother, Robert F. Kennedy, was assassinated in Los Angeles.
No one can be certain who next will suffer from some senseless act of bloodshed.
June 5th, 1984, the iconic video game Tetris was released worldwide, and the #1 movie at the box office in 2009 was The Hangover.
Mike Tyson? This is my favorite part coming up right now.
June 5th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. 172,000 jobs were added to the U.S. economy last month, according to the Labor Department. That's almost double what experts had been expecting. But ABC's Perry Russum says it's only one piece of a complicated economic puzzle.
Jobs went down in the financial industry, and some analysts say this should really stop any talks, of a recession, with one expert telling us that recessions do not happen when the labor market is moving like this. But remember, this is just one part of the overall economy. The price of food is still up. The price of gas and oil is still up because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed as a result of the war in Iran.
A court hearing arguments today in the case of President Trump's new ballroom at the White House. A lower court initially had halted construction after a lawsuit brought by historic preservationists. Now the president's lawyers are appealing.
Much of the argument today focused on whether the group that has brought the lawsuit, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, has standing to sue. The administration argues that the plaintiffs are not injured in any way, that they're basically bringing this lawsuit because they simply don't like the design of the ballroom. And their position, as argued in court today, is that if people are walking by the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue and they don't like the look of the new ballroom, that all they have to do is just cast their eyes in a different direction and move on with their day.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Russian President Vladimir Putin has rejected an offer from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down for peace talks. It comes as the tide of that war appears to be shifting, says former Defense Department official Mick Mulroy.
Ukraine is seeing a shift here. We're seeing Ukraine hold Russian spring offensive essentially stagnant. And in some cases, Ukraine's even taking back territory. Ukraine keeps advancing its ability to strike long range inside Russia and inside Crimea.
And a judge has vacated several Trump administration policies that had paused asylum requests. You're listening to ABC News.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Still no breakthrough between the U.S. and Iran. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge in Israel says the U.S. recently boarded a tanker vessel that it says has not been flagged properly under international maritime law.
They say it was being used by Iran to move sanctioned oil around the globe. Now, we have seen similar incidents in that part of the world over the last few weeks. The U.S. has not only been enforcing its own U.S. military blockade on Iranian ports in the Arabian Sea, but also intercepting a number of these oil tankers, which it says is part of Iran's so-called shadow fleet to move around its oil, contrary to U.S. sanctions. So it's about upping the pressure on Iran, but of course Iran still has control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Karen Reed has filed a new lawsuit against 2 Massachusetts police departments and 2 former officers, accusing them of leading a corrupt investigation against her. ABC's Aaron Katersky.
As proof, the lawsuit quotes text messages from the policemen making disparaging remarks about women, Black Americans, Asian Americans, Arabs, and Jews. America sucks. Hitler was really onto something, one message said. Others used vulgar terms to describe Boston Mayor Michelle Wu and New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft. Proctor previously apologized for other messages disparaging Reed.
It comes almost a year after Reed was acquitted in the death of her boyfriend, a Boston police officer. And it's Game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight. The Knicks take on the San Antonio Spurs. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The man shot and killed inside a house in Milford by 2 intruders early Wednesday has now been identified. Police said 69-year-old Frederick Warner was pronounced dead at the scene. The woman who managed to call 911 after she was shot has been identified as 69-year-old Sandra Cooper.
Our detectives and our patrol officers are working tirelessly around the clock on this investigation, and we are making meaningful progress.
Police reported to the scene in the 800 block of East Broadway around 3 a.m. on Wednesday. Police Chief Keith Mello says there are indications that the shooting was a targeted attack.
And not a random act of violence. While our patrol division is increasing its presence in your neighborhood, these extra patrols are deployed solely for your support and to reassure our residents. Again, we currently have no information to suggest any ongoing threat to the broader community.
And a Fairfield woman is being charged with arson after witnesses say she intentionally set her house on fire. Fairfield Assistant Fire Chief Phil Higgins said the department was called to a duplex at the corner of Castle and Longfellow Avenues around 2:45 p.m. Thursday. Police say witnesses told them they saw 44-year-old Mikhail Rasow intentionally setting fire to the exterior of the home, then left the scene in her car. She is being held on $500,000 bond. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in New Canaan, and on 84 eastbound You have construction. Exit 16's off-ramp is blocked on 91 northbound. The roadwork starts at exit 15. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high and below 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high and below 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So, while you walk outside today, maybe from your house, maybe from your work on your break, or maybe you're just walking around saying, you know what, this is beach weather, right? I heard that from a couple of people at Connoisseur earlier today. Man, feels like we're at the beach. Yeah, you get that. You walk out of that chilly, air-conditioned building. It's not, you don't sweat, but it's kind of cold, right? And then you walk over and you get that first few seconds of sunshine all over your nice little body there. And you're saying to yourself, man, this is beach weather. Yeah. But to go to the beach in Connecticut, and this is flaring up again a bit here. To go to the beach here in the state, if you're not a resident of a city or town, you know where I'm going here, this gets a little bit dicey here as far as what it costs. And according to a story in the Connecticut Post, Hearst Connecticut Media, we are leaning into that argument once again, as, we have over and over and over here. Hey, good afternoon. How are you? It's Connecticut Today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Those Fairfield County, particularly in Fairfield County, West Haven has to do it. Other beach areas have to do it. But particularly in Fairfield County, you see some people, some cities, some towns, right? For taxpayers, the beach passes, the yearly passes to get out, or the seasonal passes to get into the beach are low. Some places they're real low. I have a list of those coming up momentarily for you. We'll do those after the break. But the basic question is here, shouldn't everybody have access to the beach? Or parking at the beach or whatever. So we're into that today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And it's the classic argument of, do high municipally applied beach passes and parking passes in many areas that we know and love along the Fairfield County shoreline, even up into New Haven, out further east, do those in some way, shape, or form discriminate? Racially? I don't know. You tell me. And do the people who live in the town, the taxpayers, have an intrinsic right or an intrinsic ability, because they live there, to get a leg up and to get a sandal up and to get a foot up as to enjoying the beaches? And do high prices on some of these beach passes, on some of these parking passes, do they intrinsically make it unfair for a person who just wants to go down to the water? Is access to a beach, is access to water universal here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, some cities and towns, it's pretty gosh darn expensive. I think Westport's up near $600. We'll get to the exact prices momentarily. And again, this is a, beach access on a day like today is an interesting topic, because not only do we have the controversy as to how many people have to pay what to get to a beach. But the idea, remember there were a couple of cases a few years back of joggers and walkers on the beach, just trying to traverse the beach, and some people getting upset because these people who are just out for a nice walk or a run along the beach with their dogs or whatever, their significant other, or by themselves, you remember this? They were supposedly tacking into private beach property. Is there such a thing as private beach property? So we get into all that and more. We'll come back with a dollar and figures here, but dollar and cents. But we begin with this at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of people already reacting to this. And frankly, I'm not surprised. Do some cities and towns along the Connecticut coastline charge unfairly high beach pass prices for non-residents? Is it fair? Because, hey, taxpayers first. Or is it unfair because why can anybody be denied access to the beach? We'll talk about that coming up and take your questions and answers on that right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC right here on Connecticut Today.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out kjtreeservice.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a three-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
CWICC Saturday from 10 to 4 at the Stratford Main Street Festival. Enjoy vendors, food trucks, and live entertainment. Stop by the WICC tent. Get details at voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in New Canaan. And on 84 eastbound, you have construction. Exit 16's off-ramp is blocked. On 91 northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 15. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Delivering you the real news and talk every day for 100 years. WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, right here on Connecticut Today for a Friday, the 5th of June, 2026. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The debate raging again in some circles. Some people not debating it, saying, hey, whatever, I'll just write the check. Makes a big difference if you're a resident or not for beach access here in the state. Nice story, nice expansive story here by Austin Mermina and Alex Putterman in Hearst a couple of days ago. Connecticut beach towns charge non-residents far more to park. Some people say it's absolutely ridiculous. Other people say, hey, the taxpayers, sorry, that's the way it works. Taxpayers get full access. In nearly every Connecticut town and city along Long Island Sound, it says here residents pay less, often far less, to park at the public beaches. And people would say, many people would say, well, yeah, shouldn't it be townies first and city people first? I don't know. Westport, if you're a resident of Westport, $60 for the season to park, and for beach access, non-residents, $545. Well, I mean, if you like the beach that nicely, if you like if you like the beach that much, with a very nice beach there along the shore in Westport, pony it up. Let's go. The second highest that Hearst posted here, Stamford. $292 for non-residents, $27 for residents. And then Norwalk, West Haven, Stratford, and Milford all charge nothing for city or town residents, $250 for outsiders, $24 in Fairfield, the low, the high, $250. Guilford, up on the other side of New Haven, $35 for town folk, $175 if you're from out of town, and Old Saybrook. My first radio job was in Old Saybrook. $20 if you live in Old Saybrook, $150 if you don't. What do you think about this? Because it's easy to say, well, the city or town residents should get first dibs, and no wonder they're cheaper because of all the taxes they pay. I get that. But does that in any way limit people who may be from the central part of the state who just want to go down and luxuriate for a bit around the water? Does that take away an intrinsic right? I don't know. Tough call. Started off in Stratford. Katie in Stratford. Katie, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good, Katie. What's on your mind? What do you think on this?
I mean, I grew up in the area. I live in Stratford. I think that until the state takes over the Connecticut shoreline, then no, people can't come to the Stratford beaches if they're not contributing to the maintenance of the beach. It's not just like a wild beach. Like, there's bathrooms, there's facilities, there's, they comb the beach, they clean the beach, there's lifeguards. Like, that upkeep costs money, so I'm not going to pay for that for the rest of the state. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I think inherently, if it was just a wild, open coastline that wasn't maintained by anybody, but, we're maintaining the roads that get there, the parking lot, like all of that. And I also pay a premium on the home I live in to live in a coastal town. So that's my choice. But until the state takes over the entire coastline and says that it's open to everyone, then I do think it's fair that there are fees for people coming from out of town.
Yeah.
And there are really nice state beaches that are available to people to go to. And the other thing is the volume of people.
Yeah,
like the
that's-
beaches, the
yeah.
local town beaches are really small. They
Yeah.
can't accommodate endless numbers of people coming to them. We saw that during the pandemic, and
Yep.
it really created a problem down by the beach. So
Yeah.
that's just my take on it. And I've also lived on the West Coast where the beaches are open to everyone,
Uh-huh.
and they're much bigger, and they're all maintained by the state. So it's a totally different, seashore experience.
Excellent, Katie.
So-
Excellent call to start us off, Katie. Thank you. Well laid out there. Yeah, in other parts of the country, the beaches are wide freaking open. Doesn't matter because the state runs them. So how about that? I'll have Melissa ask Governor Lamont. He was on the show, I think, earlier today. Was he on today? Yeah, I looked over. We'll have him say, "Hey, Governor, how about a beach militia? We'll take over the beaches." Andrea's with us. Andrea, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
Good afternoon. This is a great topic. I grew up on the Chesapeake Bay of Virginia Beach, and the beaches down there are free and open. And I relocated to Massachusetts. Everything is locked down like it is here in Connecticut, where I am for this week.
Yeah.
And it's so sky high. It's disgusting, really, though, I have to say. I do agree with Katie. It does take a lot of upkeep. So I could see why one would want to have exclusive rights to the beaches they, contribute local taxes to. But at the same time, I think it's pretty ludicrous. People need to really think about these tax dollars that they pay and where they want them to go. Like Massachusetts, Connecticut is an extremely liberal state, and you guys are going to get taxed to death, just like we are, because that's what the people are voting for.
Mm-hmm.
So, people get to put all these preposterous, amounts up, and people will pay it. Now, I did think of something, and this is probably the reason I called. I thought it was pretty funny that you said that people were walking in the territory of these exclusive, closed-off beach areas, just running, maybe going for a walk, maybe just a quick, jaunt, I don't know, what have you. And people were getting pretty upset that we're local, that these people were encroaching on their territory.
Yeah.
Well, can we juxtapose that with illegal immigration? I think that's hysterical. People don't want outsiders on their beach, but they'll allow illegal immigrants to suck them dry in every other way, shape, and form. So, that makes me laugh, and it's pretty, you get what you get. You want to keep this up, Connecticut, keep voting the way you are.
All right.
Good luck to everybody in Connecticut, and good luck to me in Massachusetts.
Thank you, Andrea. Appreciate that, Andrea. You could tell she's lived around, seen it all, right? Yikes. JR in New Haven, before we do news and traffic and weather together. JR, what's up, sir? How are you?
Yeah, hi, Paul. She kind of beat me to it. I was talking about, we want open borders but closed beaches. Beaches for me but not for thee. So, I don't know. It seems to be an odd kind of dynamic going on here, if you ask me.
And JR, and thank you. And let's not kid ourselves that, the exclusivity of these beaches, as opposed to what a couple of our callers had previously said, about growing up where the beaches were all public, like in California. And I'm sure, now listen, not all the beaches in California are public. I mean, you have those stars that live in Malibu. I think they have some private areas. But having said that, let's not kid ourselves here. If you look at these towns I'm looking at here in the Post story, Westport, Stamford, Norwalk, West Haven, Stratford, Milford, Fairfield, Guilford, Old Saybrook, you don't think in some way, shape, or form that the fact that these are not completely open public beaches does a big boost for the property values there and the rentals and the sales? Come on. So what do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Do some cities and towns along the beautiful Connecticut coastline charge unfairly high beach pass prices if you are a non-resident of that area?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in New Canaan. And on 84 eastbound, you have construction. Exit 16's off-ramp is blocked. On 91 northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 15. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 475-277-6819 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 475-277-6819 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 475-277-6819 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 475-277-6819.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Because somebody has to explain what's going on in Hartford. Paul's here. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, so I stepped outside today and looking at the forecast tomorrow. Paul Piorek saying low 90s tomorrow before we cool off again. And it's beach weather, yeah. But Connecticut continues to have privately run, or not privately run, but municipally run beaches here, as opposed to what you heard from some of our other callers that just checked in on this from California and other places, who said, no, the beaches are wide open unless, there's actual private estates there. The beaches are wide open. Should the beaches be wide open in Connecticut? I know it's going to upset a lot of folks up and down Fairfield County. But usually for townies there or city residents, it's $0 to $20, $30, $40, maybe $50 for beach access and parking. And then you have some, cities and towns that are $250, $300, Westport's $500 and change. What about the theory of complete and total access to the shoreline? Is it fair that that's controlled?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubosky. The latest report from the Labor Department finds jobs numbers came in far better than expected, adding about 172,000 positions in the month of May. A 3-judge panel in Virginia heard arguments today in the case of President Trump's planned ballroom at the White House. ABC's Karen Travers.
The Justice Department has been pointing to the recent shootings, the one that was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the shooting that was here near the White House just a couple of weeks ago, to say that there is a security issue and that it's not just about trying to build an event space at the White House, but that this facility will also have a national security impact, talking about things like medical facilities, the bomb shelters, a hospital, as the president has talked about, as well as things built on top to secure this entire complex here at the White House.
A federal judge has thrown out several Trump administration policies which had halted asylum claims from around the world. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes is weighing in on the future of and current state of the Democratic Party. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Congressman Himes pointed out one of his biggest concerns he has with his party.
For one thing, the Democratic Party has too many 80-year-olds kicking around in it, including our last president. Why did the Democratic Party barely raise a peep when we had a president who very clearly shouldn't have run for a second term? What's going on there?
Himes acknowledged that both parties face continued challenges and commended Connecticut Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto for condemning anti-Semitic comments made by a Republican candidate running for the Connecticut State House of Representatives.
By the way, I agree with you on Ben Proto. Props to him. He spoke with clarity about this bigoted young man who was wearing the Republican.
A Cheshire Correctional Center inmate is charged with assaulting corrections officers, leaving 6 of them injured. 27-year-old Sherrod Hackett allegedly assaulted officers after contraband was discovered in his cell on Monday. Officers found a contraband, quote, hot pot in his cell during a routine search. Hackett is charged with 2nd and 3rd degree assault, breach of peace, and failure to provide fingerprints. Small businesses are adding diesel fuel surcharges to customer bills to manage higher fuel prices. For instance, DB Landscaping has started to charge customers a 5% fee to the total cost of their jobs. Owner Dan Brevetti says most other business owners he knows have been doing the same thing. AAA says the average cost of diesel in Connecticut has risen to $5.69 per gallon, which is nearly double what it was in February. Brevetti says he will drop the charge as soon as diesel drops below $4 a gallon. Governor Ned Lamont is signing a bill that extends the state's solar incentive programs. The measure, called an Act Concerning Renewable Power Generation, requires the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority to create a new renewable energy program. While utility companies will be allowed to recover program costs through electric rates, advocates such as NYU professor Ann Weisberg argue increased renewable energy generation can help reduce dependence on volatile energy markets and lower electricity costs over time.
Wind and large-scale solar will bring down energy costs for everyone, because after you pay for the capital investment, the residual cost for 30, 40, 50 years is zero for that energy.
The law also includes provisions to streamline solar permitting and expand access to renewable energy for low-income households and renters. The new bill will take effect on July 1st. A proposal to transfer ownership of Bridgeport's long-shuttered Pleasure Beach property to the Aspetuck Land Trust is drawing attention as city officials explore options for preserving the environmentally sensitive area while expanding public access. Under the concept being discussed, the nonprofit would oversee management of the site, which includes beaches, wetlands, and wildlife habitat on a peninsula accessible by water taxi and pedestrian bridge. Pleasure Beach was closed last summer due to an infestation of the longhorn tick, but it is scheduled to reopen July 4th. The proposal remains in the early stages and would require approval from city leaders, but advocates say it could provide a long-term plan for preserving one of the region's most unique coastal destinations. A Connecticut man says he found his vacant land for sale online despite never posting it. Mark Mazzaro says a friend alerted him that she saw the listing online and thought it was strange to see it for sale. Mazzaro says it was posted by a, quote, title pirate who used a fake ID and forged documents to fraudulently sell properties. The National Association of Realtors says that 6 in 10 real estate professionals found cases of title fraud last year, and usually they are cases involving vacant land. Mazzaro says he was able to get the property taken down after just a few hours. And the Goodspeed Opera House is reporting it raised over $500,000 at its gala and auction last weekend. WTNH-TV News 8 reported Opera House officials said it set a fundraising record for the landmark venue. Andrew Lloyd Webber, the legendary producer behind Broadway hits including Jesus Christ Superstar, The Phantom of the Opera, and Cats, was honored at the event. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, a little bit over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts as you come out of Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. Stay to the left to get around it. And 84 eastbound, exit 16's off-ramp is closed because of road work. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Talking beaches today, little beach weather out there. It's going to be that way, I guess, for all of tomorrow, Saturday into Sunday as well, says our buddy, our pal, Paul Piorek. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hearst a couple of days ago doing a nice big story, an expansive piece regarding something that we tend to talk about every couple of years when the weather turns warmish, beachish, like-ish. Makes a big difference where you live if you're a resident or not. Westport charges non-residents $545 for beach parking there and access and all that. It is $0 in Norwalk, West Haven, Stratford, and Milford. A couple of bucks in Fairfield, Guilford, and Old Saybrook. $60 in Westport, $27 in Stamford, so there you go. And again, we understand the concern that people have here regarding, you don't want half of the state descending in your town and on your beaches. I get that. But it's an interesting legal conundrum here, where you want to maintain control, but beaches are considered by a lot of folks to be a natural resource. So therein, Gunga Din, lies the conundrum. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I love this. Let's start with Anonymous from a beach town, Milford. Anonymous, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'd just like to add that the people who live actually on the water, where their house is on the sand, excuse me, they own the beachfront in front of them as far as where the high tide, which is called the mean water line, comes up to, whether it's a foot of sand or no sand. That's the little piece of sand that they own. Once it goes out, of course, anybody can walk at the tide. And the same thing happens with the people who live across the street, and there's a little patch of land. They own that land, but again, sometimes they get a little territorial, and they tell people to get off. And they can't tell them to get off the beach part if the water comes all the way up to, say, the stone wall.
Got it.
Because there is no sand. And once it starts going out, people are allowed to walk.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have those little side, if you notice, between houses, sometimes a pathway to go down to the beaches.
Yeah, to the beach. Yeah.
Most of those are for the public use. People don't realize that. There's very few that are private. But a lot of the people that own the homes, they feel Well, we'll keep them off by making it look like we own it.
Ah, so what do? They pretty it up? They put gates there? What do they do?
Yeah. Yes,
wow.
all of the above. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I had a relative, anonymous, and you've triggered a flashback now. I have a relative who used to live in kind of the same area, but in East Haven. And once you got out of the back of her home, one of my aunts, you walked down, and then there were these walkways, these concrete walkways between the homes that you were allowed to use, no matter if you lived there or not, to get to the beach in East Haven. Yeah.
And there's even one little spot in Milford where people think it's their own private beaches sometimes. And people assume because it's only the people in that neighborhood that go there, and some people will get territorial and say, no, you can't come on this beach, when in fact they can. Well, it's a private beach. I mean, it's not a private beach. It's a public beach.
Yeah.
It has a sign stating otherwise. And the only way to truly find out is to go down to planning and zoning or your local building department, you know, wherever. Yeah. And they'll give you a map.
So you can then look at that map and see exactly where. Ah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Anonymous, thank you very much. Enjoy the beach weather. That was, I take it, Ms. or Mrs. or Ms. Anonymous there from the beautiful city of Milford, climbing the rankings as to a great place to live, to work, to raise kids, and to retire. True. I know a couple of realtors, and couple of times Milford popped up on kind of like the most, with the most showings in 1 week on Zillow or something like that. And I mentioned that to them, and they said, oh, yeah. They said Milford is big bucks now. Yeah, especially you folks down by the water. Or as a British correspondent I used to work with, he used to say, the water. I said, what was that? The water? Yes, Paul. The water. Okay. Hey, Tim and Henry, hang on. We'll be back to you right here. A little beach weather day on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Connecticut, commemorating 250 years
of sustainability,
of culture, of innovation, of democracy.
169 towns strong.
250 years of Connecticut.
Visit 250nct.com for a calendar of don't miss celebrations and events.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little bit over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts as you come out of Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. Stay to the left to get around it. And 84 eastbound, exit 16's off-ramp is closed because of road work. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high and below 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high and below 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Serving Connecticut, one traffic jam at a time. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, the beaches, Mr. Announcer, thank you so much. They are certainly going to be jammed along the Connecticut shoreline all the way from the Rhode Island border to the far eastern part of the state, suburban New Haven, down through West Haven, Milford, into lower Fairfield County. And Hearst did a pretty interesting piece the other day, kind of rekindling the kind of the on and off controversy here as to is it fair to block or restrict, as it were, any type of beach area. And we've heard from people already who've called in here. A couple of folks called in earlier who either lived in areas like California or some places on the East Coast or grew up in those areas where the states administer the beaches, and the beaches were not of town or municipality administration. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of these cities and towns, $0 for town residents, 20 or 30 for the beach passes, the parking passes for the year. And then though it can get pretty stinking expensive there. Let's go to here's a guy who enjoys the beachfront in Hamden all the time. Tim, how are you?
Just at the lake.
Yeah, lake. Yeah,
I remember there the few years ago now. Michael Moore had a show, TV Nation.
Yeah,
and he staged he had got a bunch of people on boats, and they staged an invasion of Greenwich Beach.
Did they really?
The Ride of the Valkyries.
I remember I remember the show. I don't remember that edition though. That's funny.
Oh yeah, it was hilarious. It was like Ride of the Valkyries,
yeah,
blasting over and everything like that. Well, a couple things. Access to the beach is in the Constitution in Rhode Island.
Oh, really?
You have
wow.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You have to have access to the beach. That doesn't mean, and I often would go up to
Musqueamish,
Massachusetts, and even New Hampshire, and you'd see signs that say access to the beach between two houses, and I felt kind of like weird. It's like, do you want me to just walk between two people's houses? That's kind of, I guess people get used to it.
Yeah.
And everything. You had to park, and lug your stuff.
That's exactly the situation my aunt was in East Haven. She lived on a road parallel to the beach there called Cozy Beach Avenue. And there was decent amount of parking there, but then once you got out, you had to walk probably 200 or 300 feet, and you literally had to walk between some homes or some condos, and they didn't care. Hey, good morning, how are you? And everybody just said, hey, have a great day, and they all went down to the beach.
Wow, that's pretty unusual.
Yeah,
and I got to give you a quick update.
Yeah.
The candidate, a candidate of the year, now calls for the death penalty for gay people. And people, so people are like saying, so according to the Bible. So I'd like to recommend myself. I've been an adulterer, so I can be put up up there. And I love the Republican Party's going, hey, we're not even that strange. Come on.
Yeah, right.
We're in the 21st century.
Yeah, Tim, thank you. And you can tell how much time I want to give this guy. I mean, the story's out there, whatever. Now, look, if this is an organized group or if there's some mass anti-gay march happening, then I'll talk about it. Then I'll have some of these people on the show. But this is one guy. It's one guy. He's getting his airtime. I wonder if this is even real. It looks to me like, what do they call it, performance art when they do stuff like this? Oh, my God. Oh, man. Henry's with us at 2:50. Henry, how are you? What's going on, sir?
Paulie.
Yeah.
For once, I called to not argue and not not to give anything pessimistic.
Yeah.
Now, I'm born and raised in Bridgeport.
Okay.
So throughout the 50s and 60s and into the 70s and 80s, I ended up in the Valley.
Okay.
I died in the Valley.
Yeah.
But I'm born and raised in Bridgeport. So from when I was a kid, you go back and forth with the bus to Seaside Park.
Yep.
Now, I'd like to know, because you got the producer and everybody got everything in front of you.
Yeah.
What does it cost for a guy to drive, to pull into Seaside Park if you're not a Bridgeport resident? I don't even know.
I have no idea, Henry. I'm sure somebody could help. So you want to know what
I never paid it. I never paid it. Now, maybe, even though I'm not here, I inherited my father's car, and he's got stickers, like AARP that go back 25 years.
Yeah.
And he may have some kind of a lifetime membership to the parks.
Okay.
State park. Maybe. But they just look at me and wave their arm, and they say, come on, sir, go ahead, go through. So,
all right.
At Seaside Park. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, they know who you are. That's why they're waving you through. They said, "Oh, look at this. He goes
right." But
in.
I have grandchildren that are older than some of these people.
Yeah.
But my point. Let me just finish the point there. I've been, say, West Haven, New Haven beaches because I worked out that way.
Yeah.
And during my lunch hour, I'd grab a chocolate drink and go down there and look at bikinis or whatever.
Yeah.
So then in Stratford for a good 15, 20 years. And then Bridgeport, and actually I'm from there, so every time there, and I worked in there. And then into Westport and Fairfield, worked at the university, Fairfield, and then all the way into Norwalk.
Okay.
That's about as far west as I went, as far as, going for my lunch hour.
Yeah.
So I've been to all those beaches because I only got an hour lunch.
Yeah.
You have Jennings. You have Jennings Beach.
Jennings Beach.
I forget the name of the one in Westport.
Okay.
There's a name for it.
Yeah.
And the West Haven beaches. Stratford has Long Beach and Short Beach.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Milford has maybe Walnut and all the other names. I've been to all of them.
Okay.
I've been to all of them, and I'm willing not to argue.
Yeah.
Not to argue, but I'm willing to take the Pepsi challenge.
Yeah.
That somebody could drive through there, and then drive through Seaside Park. The green grass at Seaside Park is manicured.
Okay.
You'd have to drive through it to see it.
Yeah.
Where the arch comes over at the end of Park Avenue.
Okay.
Don't forget, it goes back to P.T. Barnum.
Yeah.
The most famous person to ever come out of the Northeast.
Uh-huh.
So everything over there was perfect. The big statue, it was a big monument. You go down, and there is more sand.
Yeah.
And again, I've been to all these beaches. There's more sand from, let's say, the sidewalk where the benches are, where people could sit down, and they have the baby and the care, nicer. And from there, the sidewalk, all the way out to, I guess you'd have to say, when the tide is down or whatever.
Low tide.
There's more sand.
Yeah.
There's a football field of sand. Now, I'm willing to take the Pepsi challenge.
Yeah.
Now, all these other beaches, hey, I'm at Jennings Beach. I'm at Walnut Beach. What is it called? The one in Westport. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter the name.
Yeah.
But too many people think that, I'm in Westport.
Yeah.
That's got to be a better beach than Bridgeport. But they never actually tested it.
So you're saying the beach?
It's got to be.
You're saying the beach is the beach, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm trying to say is, why don't you just go to Bridgeport for nothing?
Well,
and you have the best beach. You have the best beach, not just an okay beach. And I drive through there, and believe me, God is my witness. I have never seen an incident. And then I've known a few people that their grandchildren became police.
All right, Henry.
And at Christmas time or whenever there's never a problem there because they could never have WICC as some women had their purse snatched.
All right, Henry. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Henry's a man of the beach. Did you hear all that? Yeah. Although I like what he said in the end. What do you got to go to these other beaches for? Just go to the Bridgeport Beach. Just go to Seaside Park, Pleasure Beach, whatever. See, they're trying to do something with Pleasure Beach now, too. How about that? All right, Henry, thank you. Always a fascinating phone call from our friend Henry there at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Do some cities and towns along Connecticut's beautiful coastline or shoreline, if you prefer. See, shoreline sounds a little more foo-foo. You know what I mean? The coastline is the coastline. Where do you live? I live along the shoreline. Oh, or does coastline. What sounds ritzier, the coastline or the shoreline? I don't know. That's interesting. Anyway, do some of these cities and towns charge unfair prices to non-residents? Now, they can. Now, maybe the bigger question should be, maybe I should ask this, kids. Should beach access be universal? I know there are people swearing at me right now in Lower Fairfield County. Why doesn't this man just shut up? No, but seriously, I'm not doing this to stir the pot, but because it's a viable question here. It's been debated. There have been lawsuits about it. Should the state make all the shoreline or the coastline in Connecticut accessible for everyone?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, a little bit over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts as you come out of Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. Stay to the left to get around it. And 84 eastbound, exit 16's off-ramp is closed because of road work. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, June 9th and June 11th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, let's go to Ken in Bridgeport, talking about the beaches today and beach access. Ken, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul, hold on. Just be pull over. I'm on the road.
All right, yeah, pull over, please. I'm begging you. Don't drive and talk. Yeah.
I took out speaker. Oh, yeah, one thing before you hang up, I'm going to talk about Pleasure Beach because that's pretty much like attached to like Long Beach and Stratford.
Yeah.
It's all attached. So there used to be a bridge used to take you from Bridgeport to Pleasure Beach, like an old rickety wood bridge.
Yeah.
I guess it burned down. Electric motor.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the state would step in and build an access road from Long Beach to take you all the way out to the other end of Pleasure Beach, make it a state beach, I don't know. I mean, that'd probably be the best beneficial solution to affordability or as far as the money to get that done.
Yeah, maybe. And Ken, thanks. I got to run now. Can you imagine? And Ken, that's an interesting thought there. But yeah, can you imagine with that? How much would the? You think a lot of people might complain about that? Look at all these cars. Look at all these traffic. Governor Lamont, what the heck are you doing?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. President Trump is calling for incoming Acting Director of National Intelligence Bill Pulte to further downsize the intelligence community, telling reporters the amount of employees has been way too high for way too long. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers says he's comparing D&I to the Department of Education.
The president brought that up and compared it to that, saying this maybe should even be terminated. He wasn't specific about what his plans would be, but certainly indicating he wants to see Pulte go in there and shake things up up and limit the size of this sprawling office right now that, of course, oversees spy agencies.
A federal appeals court in D.C. heard arguments today over President Trump's plans to build a new White House ballroom. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
Much of the 2-hour appeals court proceeding focused on whether the National Trust for Historic Preservation has standing to sue over the ballroom project. A lawyer for the Justice Department put forward the administration's view that courts cannot stop the construction. And in response to a hypothetical question posed by one of the 3 judges, the government's lawyer said if the president suddenly decided to bulldoze the Statue of Liberty, no one would have standing to sue once the damage has been done.
An appeals court in Colorado has overturned the convictions of 2 paramedics in the death of Elijah McClain. They were convicted in 2023 for a 2019 encounter where they were accused of giving McClain a fatal dose of ketamine in an effort to sedate him. But Dion Schaffner with advocacy group Epitome of Black Excellence and Partnership calling on elected officials to speak out.
This is not a time to be bashful. This is not a time to be political or politically correct. You don't get to count yourself out. We will be watching every single one of you.
The judge in the case says the case should be sent back for a possible retrial. You're listening to ABC News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
A California judge ruled a few weeks ago that notorious Cars for Kids ad had to stop airing. But now it's back, at least for the time being, with a new court order allowing the ad to run. ABC's Alex Stone has details.
This went back to a Southern California man who said he donated a vehicle after he heard the ad on the radio and thought the money was going to be going to needy children. But he then learned, and this was part of his lawsuit, that the money was actually going to Orthodox Jewish programs in New York and New Jersey, and the money was going to Israel. That the money was being used to send teenagers to Israel and for a $16 million building there that the organization has.
Measles cases in the United States have surpassed 2,000 for the second year in a row, according to new data from the Centers for Disease Control. This November, the Pan American Health Organization will evaluate whether the U.S. has lost its elimination status for that illness, which it has held since 2000. An investigation is underway after the front landing gear of a Lufthansa passenger jet suddenly collapsed while it was on the ground.
It was parked at a gate in Frankfurt, Germany, just moments before passengers were set to board the flight to Los Angeles. The nose of the plane crashing down. One expert we spoke with said the leading theory in this is that maintenance was being done on the aircraft and something went wrong. Authorities, of course, are going to investigate.
ABC's Rhiannon Alley. Several crew members were on board, but no one was seriously hurt. I'm Mike Dubosky. ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is signing new gun violence prevention legislation in conjunction with National Gun Violence Awareness Day, marking another step in Connecticut's ongoing efforts to strengthen firearm safety laws. The measure expands legal accountability for gun manufacturers and dealers by requiring reasonable safeguards to prevent unlawful firearm sales and allowing victims of gun violence to pursue civil action when those standards are violated. State leaders say the legislation is intended to reduce gun violence and improve public safety while maintaining protections for responsible gun owners. The governor also signing a bill that extends the state's solar incentive programs. The measure, called an Act Concerning Renewable Power Generation, requires the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority to create a new renewable energy program. While utility companies will be allowed to recover program costs through electric rates, advocates such as NYU professor Ann Weisberg argue increased renewable energy generation can help reduce dependence on volatile energy markets and lower electricity costs over time.
Wind and large-scale solar will bring down energy costs for everyone, because after you pay for the capital investment, the residual cost for 30, 40, 50 years is zero for that energy.
The law also includes provisions to streamline solar permitting and expand access to renewable energy for low-income households and renters. The new bill will take effect on July 1st. Protesters rallied against ICE outside of the courthouse in Hartford on Wednesday. The rally saw protesters singing, chanting, and staging performances in the first anti-ICE protest in Connecticut since January. Hands Off CT says they've seen an uptick in activity in cities like Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven in recent weeks. The group says they've noticed roughly half a dozen new vehicles outside of the federal building they believe belong to ICE officers. It also comes on the heels of a new state law that prohibits officers from wearing masks and gives Connecticut residents legal resource if they're assaulted by a federal officer, which is being challenged by the DOJ. And the search is on for artifacts from Abraham Lincoln that are missing from Connecticut College. Lincoln enthusiast Samir Somal says the artifacts disappeared on Tuesday after he left a folder on top of his car and drove away after interviews with fellow Lincoln scholars. He says he spent years assembling the collection. Somal says he contacted campus security to tell them about the missing items, and he thought they had recovered the folder, but he learned they only found a book that had fallen from the car. The artifacts were intended to be the centerpiece of a museum dedicated to Lincoln in Illinois. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, maybe some breaks along the way through. Upper Merritt southbound accident reported at the Route 25 on-ramp. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is busy, but at least a little easier. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high and below 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high and below 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, doggy. Yes, kitty, and all that. How are you? 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Question of the day here. Do some cities and towns along the Connecticut coastline charge unfairly high beach pass prices for non-residents there? Beach weather today, beach weather tomorrow, likely beach weather on Sunday. And Hearst has done a pretty good story here. Once again, we're looking at beach politics again. And it's interesting, in case you're just joining us now, we had a call, two calls actually, in the first hour of the program from people who grew up where the beach is, no matter where you were, unless you had some estate. One was California. I think the other one was Virginia or Maryland. Not sure. Don't quote me on that. But we had a couple of guests on the phone say, some said my state where I grew up, these people were saying beach access was state controlled. So you did not have this town by town sort of quilt of these many hours here and those many hours over there and prices and everything. And again, this has been debated over and over and over ad nauseum here about what the access is to people who just want to walk on the beach. We had a very nice Ms. Anonymous from Milford joined us to play out and explain Milford's policies there, which sound good. She said a lot of people, it's a little confusing from time to time, but hey, what isn't? But the Hearst guest, the Hearst story today, absolutely ridiculous, in quotes. Connecticut beach towns charge non-residents far more to park. Well, yeah. The highest that Hearst pulled up here was, of course, the beautiful town of Westport. Non-residents, if you want a yearly pass to use the beach in Westport and park your buggy, wherever you do that in Westport, $545. Residents pay $60. $292 in Stamford. Residents pay $27. In Norwalk, West Haven, Stratford, and Milford, everybody, the residents pay zilch, nada. Out-of-towners have to pay $250 for a parking pass for the season. Now, a lot of these places have daily rates too, but if you do that for more than 3 or 4 days, you're screwing yourself money-wise. Fairfield, $24 for town residents, $250 for a residential for a pass for somebody out of town for the year. Guilford is $35 for residents, $175 without, and Old Saybrook, $20 if you live in beautiful downtown Old Saybrook there, right off of exit 60. I used to get off of it at exit 61, 62, 61 to work my Saturday night shift out there. And $150 for townies in the old of Saybrook out there. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. What about this town-by-town, city-by-city thing? What about just doing it statewide? That's what a couple of people said they grew up with, and it seemed to work. You imagine that? You imagine Ned Lamont doing that in an election year? You could kiss Fairfield County goodbye. That would cost him, I'm telling you, that would instantly cost the governor Westport, Stamford, Norwalk, West Haven, Stratford, Milford, Fairfield, Guilford, and Old Saybrook. Yeah. Bob in Trumbull is up next. Bob, how are you? What's up?
Reverend.
Yeah.
The beach pass stuff, the prices there is bull Democrat.
Well, you know,
what you do is go to the state park.
Yeah, but yeah. Oh, you mean go to a state park? Yeah.
Yeah, go to a state park and walk on the beach and swim in the river.
No, I don't swim in those. No, anything.
And I used to think that
too many organisms in those rivers. Not for me. No.
I used to think 10 feet above high tide is federal. I think that.
I don't know. We heard it from. I don't know.
And your caller was right. Pleasure Beach in Bridgeport was so nice.
Yeah.
Now it's full of ticks.
Yeah, well.
The Y had a camp there, you know.
Oh, well, though, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Back in, would have been late 60s, early 70s. They had, the YMCA had a camp there for sailing, swimming.
About that, huh?
Yeah, and then a couple questions for you.
Here we go. Yeah.
On the news.
Yeah.
They had this thing, Kids for Cars.
Yeah.
Where somebody got sued. I got the birth certificate. I keep calling them.
Yeah.
And I can't find where they're going to take the kid.
Well.
And then,
yeah.
Yeah, one more.
Where to take the kid. I got it. Okay, yeah.
I won the car.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the kid in like 4 or 5 years.
It took me a while, but yeah, go ahead, Bob. Yeah, last. Yeah.
The gun violence thing that they're going after.
Yeah.
Why don't you sue the family of the shooter?
Well, I don't think, I mean, no, I know. No, that's enough. That's enough. All right, Anne-Marie, hang on. We'll be to you right there. Bob, it was wonderful. Bob, you still there? You still there, Bob?
Yeah.
Well, not anymore. See you later. All right. Bob, I love you, but stop. We can't. This whole thing. Sorry, Bob. I couldn't resist. This whole thing about, well, we're going to go after the parents. I mean, how many of us knew growing up? We knew both sides. Great kids, right? That had dirtbag parents, or, two fantabulous parents who gave their kids everything, and the kids turned out to be criminals. I mean, this whole go after the parents thing, it's nice to say it is brutally impossible and also impractical.
The tradition returns. It's the annual Stratford Main Street Festival on Saturday, June 6th. Stroll through Stratford Center and see 200 local vendors, live entertainment, food trucks, and so much more. All your favorite local organizations will be there up and down Main Street from 10 to 4 for a day full of family fun. We'll see you at the Stratford Main Street Festival. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back, Fridays at 6 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining, and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, maybe some brakes along the way through. Upper Merritt southbound accident reported at the Route 25 on-ramp. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is busy, but at least a little easier. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
the news and talk leader for Fairfield County for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, I got a show update for you before we go back to the phones. I couldn't wait. It's just a hungry kind of day. The 4 o'clock banana was consumed in the 3 o'clock hour during the 3 o'clock news. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. What do you want from me? What do you want? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, man. Anne-Marie in a beach town of Stratford. Anne-Marie, hi. How are you? What are your thoughts on this?
Okay.
Hi.
All right. Well, obviously, as a town resident, we are paying for the maintenance of the beach.
Yeah.
As it is. And that's why people, other towns, I'm sure, are the same way. And therefore, that's why they want to charge someone from out of town
Sure.
a gazillion dollars. The price may be high, but what do you pay for a dozen eggs? That's another problem we have. Everything here is high.
Yeah.
Of course, the country, but certainly in Fairfield County.
Mm-hmm.
If they made it a statewide thing, I think it would be great, or a county-wide beach thing. Maybe not statewide, but county-wide.
All right.
I grew up in New York City. And I remember I lived in Brooklyn or Queens, different parts of Brooklyn and Queens, and I was able to go to Rockaway Beach, and the whole beach was ours. In other words, it was within the city limits, so anybody from anywhere could go. And as far as I know, they even let people from out of town in.
Really? Wow.
Is the best of my recollection.
Wow.
Now, would you shut up with Jersey plates at all? I don't think they had a problem.
Interesting.
But they dared you to park because parking here in New York is very bad.
Yeah.
So maybe, but I'm saying if people came in, they didn't stop you. It was really open.
Yeah. Different time, though, Anne-Marie. Different time.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about the 70s and 80s. I went.
Yeah. Anne-Marie, thank you. Appreciate it. Good thoughts there. Good New York thoughts there. Yeah. Beach access has always been, political football or racial football. What did I read or see once? That some of the overpasses on some of the Long Island highways, like the Robert Moses Causeway, basically, and you talk about a guy that was could be a creep, Robert Moses. The fact that they left the overpasses so low in some spots, because the idea was make them so low that some of these school buses could not get under them, and they would say this way the quote-unquote wrong element wouldn't be in the suburban beaches. Hey, don't yell at me. Go do yourself a little reading on that one. Here's somebody from a nice shoreline town, Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a Little League playoff week.
Yeah, I noticed
very
that.
Compliant.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
Yeah.
It's excellent. On two subjects, on your news, the news guy was talking about an act concerning renewable energy.
Yeah.
And they had some lady whose name I didn't get who made a misstatement that after 30, 40, or 50 years, it's all free, for the solar panels.
Oh, I know.
But it's absolutely not free. Anytime you need work on your roof, you got to take those panels off, which cost a fortune, and they're probably obsolete. You wouldn't want to put them back up. You gotta, So that is, the usual boosterism that's misleading.
Okay.
And once the state gets involved, it's going to get tangled up with the environmental justice movement, and it's going to have nothing to do with saving the planet or saving money. It's all about, favors they can hand out. And on the beach, I am a kind of an old fuddy, and those who pay have the most say.
All right.
It's kind of an old-fashioned way to
I
look
like
at
that,
it.
though. That's good,
But I think the thing that really gets me, we usually say that, the taxpayers that's in your town, they should control the beach. The thing that gets me is if somebody rents one room out and, you get an address at your bank, you can invite, 40 of your friends from New York City or New Haven to come and use the beach. And you're not paying a blessed penny in property tax to the town of Brantford, where I live. And yet, if you own a shopping center and you're an out-of-town resident, you can't use the dump, you can't use the beach, you can't use the park because you don't get the residence sticker. And I'm not one of those people. But I know at some of the community meetings when an out-of-town person speaks on some issue of interest to the town, they kind of roll their eyes.
Gets a little rowdy, huh? Yeah. Who's this guy? Yeah.
You have no right to say anything.
Yeah.
And he might, is paying 100 times more taxes than you are, but yet they don't get the beach pass. And so I just want to point that out.
Okay. What time?
Is not the same as taxpayers.
No, you're right. You're right. Now, have the games begun? What time is playoff game 1 tonight? Do we know?
You know what? It was a little screwed up. There was a 3-game semifinal playoff, best 2 out of 3, and both of the semifinalists won in 2 games. And so instead of the final this Saturday, they moved next week's final up to this Saturday. And the coaches are all griping because they burned their best pitchers.
Oh, that's right.
We had till next Tuesday to get the pitchers.
Boy, that's rough. Yeah.
But the games are terrific, and the wet, it's cool enough that there's no bugs yet. It's just wonderful.
Hey, let me ask you something, because my son did Little League in Wallingford, and we had a great one. Is there, Dave, at the facility you go to there in beautiful Brantford, is there a snack shack? Is there ample food there?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I live high on the high. I get low bucks. I get coffee and popcorn. They sell pizza by the slice.
Look at you.
They grill.
Yeah.
Volunteer parents grill hot dogs.
That's right.
Hamburgers,
I used to do that. Yep.
The aroma is wonderful. It's a little bit of heaven.
Nice. All right, Dave. Enjoy yourself, Dave. Heading to the Little League playoff. Yeah. The snack shack. It's beautiful. That's how you judge a Little League facility. Never mind the fields or the lighting. Hey, how about that snack shack they got there? Oh, that's pretty good.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, maybe some breaks along the way through. Upper Merritt southbound accident reported at the Route 25 on-ramp. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is busy, but at least a little easier. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high and below 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high and below 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-1509, 800-555-1509, or biglou.com.
Paid for by term provider. He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, beach weather today, beach weather tomorrow, says Paul Piorg. First part of Sunday as well before the heavy rain comes in. at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So what do we do here? Do we still allow the local cities and towns to name their price as to what they want to do versus town residents with the beach and car stickers and folks coming from out of town? Or is it patently unfair in some ways? Should the state regulate all this beachfront property?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. President Trump says the Department of National Intelligence is too big and is pushing for incoming acting director Bill Pulte to downsize the organization in charge of the nation's spy agencies. Oral arguments today in the case of the White House ballroom. A lower court had ordered construction to stop following a lawsuit from preservationists. Now the president's lawyers are asking an appeals court to throw out that move. ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
One of the judges, Patricia Millett, who's an Obama appointee, really pressed the Justice Department on how far the president can go, whether the president could tear down the White House or maybe even if he wanted to, take down the Statue of Liberty, and whether anyone could sue to stop him. And the answer from the government's lawyer was, quote, "I think that's right."
Brendan Banfield has been sentenced to life in prison after being convicted earlier this year for murdering his wife Christine and Joseph Ryan. The man Banfield wanted to take the fall for his wife's murder. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The man shot and killed inside a house in Milford by two intruders early Wednesday has now been identified. Police said 69-year-old Frederick Warner was pronounced dead at the scene. The woman who managed to call 911 after she was shot has been identified as 69-year-old Sandra Cooper.
Our detectives and our patrol officers are working tirelessly around the clock on this investigation, and we are making meaningful progress.
Police reported to the scene in the 800 block of East Broadway around 3 a.m. on Wednesday. Police Chief Keith Mello said there are indications that the shooting was a targeted attack.
And not a random act of violence. While our patrol division is increasing its presence in your neighborhood, these extra patrols are deployed solely for your support and to reassure our residents. Again, we currently have no information to suggest any ongoing threat to the broader community.
A Fairfield woman is being charged with arson after witnesses say she intentionally set her house on fire. Fairfield Assistant Fire Chief Phil Higgins said the department was called to a duplex at the corner of Castle and Longfellow Avenues around 2:45 p.m. Thursday. Police say witnesses told them they saw 44-year-old Mikhail Rosso intentionally setting fire to the exterior of the home, then left the scene in her car. She is being held on $500,000 bond. A Cheshire Correctional Center inmate is charged with assaulting corrections officers, leaving 6 of them injured. 27-year-old Sherrod Hackett allegedly assaulted officers after contraband was discovered in his cell on Monday. Officers found a, quote, contraband hot pot in his cell during a routine search. Hackett is charged with second and third degree assault, breach of peace, and failure to provide fingerprints. Police in Wallingford are investigating missing funds from the Highland Elementary School PTO. A letter sent to parents on Wednesday night said the board discovered there were $22,000 in missing funds that the organization cannot account for. Several parents have expressed concerns, telling Fox 61 that they are worried there is no accountability. They are also concerned about what it could mean for students. The PTO has contacted Wallingford police, who say the case is open and that additional information will be released when it becomes available. 4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes is weighing in on the future of and current state of the Democratic Party. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Congressman Himes pointed out one of his biggest concerns he has with his party.
For one thing, the Democratic Party has too many 80-year-olds kicking around in it, including our last president. Why did the Democratic Party barely raise a peep when we had a president who very clearly shouldn't have run for a second term? What's going on there?
Himes acknowledged that both parties face continued challenges and commended Connecticut Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto for condemning anti-Semitic comments made by a Republican candidate running for the Connecticut State House of Representatives.
By the way, I agree with you on Ben Proto. Props to him. You know, he spoke with clarity about this bigoted young man who was wearing the Republican.
A proposal to transfer ownership of Bridgeport's long-shuttered Pleasure Beach property to the Aspetuck Land Trust is drawing attention as city officials explore options for preserving the environmentally sensitive area while expanding public access. Under the concept being discussed, the nonprofit would oversee management of the site, which includes beaches, wetlands, and wildlife habitat on a peninsula accessible by water taxi and pedestrian bridge. Pleasure Beach was closed last summer due to an infestation of the longhorn tick, but it is scheduled to reopen July 4th. The proposal remains in the early stages and would require approval from city leaders, but advocates say could provide a long-term plan for preserving one of the region's most unique coastal destinations. And the Goodspeed Opera House is reporting it raised over $500,000 at a gala and auction last weekend. WTNH-TV News 8 reported Opera House officials said it set a fundraising record for the landmark venue. Andrew Lloyd Webber, the legendary producer behind Broadway hits including Jesus Christ Superstar, The Phantom of the Opera, and Cats, was honored at the event. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident at exit 10. You have northbound onlooking delays as well. 95 north, at least in an hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Further ahead on 95, heavy volume delays through Milford and West Haven. Southbound crawling through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. And on 84 eastbound, volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Krause WICC traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms with a high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Little beach politics, little beach cha-cha here. We'll do this for a few more minutes, take you up to the top of the hour at 4. And coming up at 4:15, going to talk more about the problem of some people needing crushing medical debts eliminated. So we'll have a special guest on from the med school at Quinnipiac University in Hamden to talk about that and more. A lot more stuff to get hold of today on the docket of stuff. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Beach day today, beach day tomorrow, beach day for the first part, I guess, of Sunday before the rain or the storms come in Monday and Tuesday and maybe even beyond, say the weather folk and Paul Piorek and all that. So, talking about beach access here, story from Hearst a couple of days ago regarding what it costs to go to the beach. And this is nothing new, but it's worth talking about here. Should we consider something like I'm not actually for this, but it would be the logical alternative. What about state control of beaches to eliminate, allegations of price gouging and racial profiling in cities and towns along the Fairfield County coastline that are, people say they're allegedly doing that? Norwalk, West Haven, Stratford, Milford, all charging nothing for beach access to their residents, but out-of-towners have to pay $250 for a year. I don't think the dollar amounts here are crazy. I just don't. I don't think they're crazy. But it's the whole kind of generative idea here of state control of beaches versus local control. Relatively inexpensive, less than $100 for folks who live and pay taxes in Westport and in Stamford and Fairfield and in Guilford and Old Saybrook. But, man, oh, man, non-residents in the town of Westport, $545 for the year, though. Now, that's not even that when you think about, I guess, the number of times that you can actually use the beach. I mean, $545 is not really a lot of money when you consider how many weekends are in the summertime, and doesn't have to be a weekend. You can go down any time. But interesting as it is, Cynthia in Milford starts us off in this segment. Cynthia, hi. How are you?
For Connecticut.
Hello.
Yeah, Milford.
Yeah, Cynthia,
Yeah,
hi.
I'm at Walnut Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I raised my kids there also later in life, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real beautiful place back in my day.
Yeah. So you hanging out there today?
No, I'm not there today. I moved over to near this church.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But I was there most of my life. And raised even my own kids there. I came home every 6 months. Daddy brought me back to Maine where I was born.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, but I lived on that beach, all my whole life.
So you'd call yourself a beach person then?
Oh, I'm definitely a beach person.
Well, that's good. That's good. Hey, Cynthia, enjoy the weekend. I appreciate it. Thanks, Cynthia. Yeah, listen, the beach or a beach or any beach, it's a point of, listen, you want the kids to run around and go in the water and everything, but think about how people just go down to the beach. I haven't done this in years, but think about how people go down to the beach. They either take their cars there or they walk down there or whatever, and there's just, the solitude, right? Just I sometimes we get a little, I don't know, strung out on this, saying, well, cars and cars of people and carloads, they're going to be descending on the beaches. Well, it's not always that. Sometimes it's just people who want to just listen to the way the wonderfully what's the word I'm looking for? The wonderfully calming effect of watching the waves. And isn't it true, though? When you go to a beach or a lake or something, there's something medicinally sedative or sedative or calming about the water. So the point is, should that not be accessible for more people? And is it unfair that you may be, I guess, in a sense, pricing people out of this, kind of, technically, maybe?
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound accident at exit 10. You have northbound onlooking delays as well. 95 north, at least in an hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Further ahead on 95, heavy volume delays through Milford and West Haven. Southbound crawling through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. And on 84 eastbound, volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Krause, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
On your home laptop or your work desktop, put voiceofct.com in your bookmarks. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, beach weather today, beach weather tomorrow, beach weather in the first part of Sunday, and then we get the rain, the heavy rain, I guess Paul Bjork said in the Weather Center, mid to late Sunday into Monday. So there we go. All right. Talking about the beaches today, story a couple of days ago in Hearst, rekindling kind of the, something that's really been a flashpoint for some people, especially in Lower Fairfield County over the past several years. Remember, there was a big brouhaha about somebody walking on somebody's beach property. I think it was in Fairfield County somewhere. And then it resulted in a big court case or whatever. So the question is, and it's been asked for years, the notion that cities and towns in Connecticut, there is municipal control over the beaches. Now, some people may hear that and say, well, yeah, of course, why not? If you're a taxpayer who pays taxes to that city and town, you should get a much lower cost, if not no cost, pass to do what you want to do on the beaches. But how fair is that to somebody who maybe lives in, New Britain? I mean, think about how many areas of not just our state, but think about how many areas of the country, never mind the state, but think about how many areas of the country and even Connecticut are kind of landlocked. And think about how many kids in this state, maybe of varying economic strata, and how many kids or people in the U.S. of, again, varying economic strata have never stood on a beach. And we do it. I mean, I haven't been to a beach in a few years, but we do some station events down by the beach in Milford, so that's nice. We can just stare out of the beach and get our fill for several hours. But think about how many people just never walk onto a beach. Never mind getting your feet wet in the water, but just standing out and watching the tide roll in. It's like how many tens or hundreds of millions of people in this country don't know what fresh seafood is. Oh, they know seafood, but that piece of haddock or that piece of salmon came in frozen and it was trucked in for 3 days. There's some good eating there now. Versus how many people can go fishing and sit there and catch their own fish or just for fun or throw it back or whatever. So it's these stories that kind of make you think a little bit more than usual, right? Bill in Bridgeport. Bill, how are you, sir? What's up?
I go to Seaside a lot.
Yeah.
I don't go to the beach. There's a place over there where there's an old cannon.
Yeah.
By the breakwater.
Yeah.
I sit there. I meditate.
Uh-huh.
I see the eagles. I see the osprey.
Yeah.
I watch the ferry and all the other boats out there going back and forth all over the place. It's so relaxing just sitting there watching everything on the water.
Yeah, I mean,
it makes you feel like you're sitting at one of the shores at one of the Great Lakes, the way it looks at times.
Yeah, and I think, Bill, so many people take that sort of thing for granted, and
they don't sit and look.
Don't sit and look.
Birds and I had a fellow the other day. What are you looking at? Look at that. I said, I pointed out there were osprey out there. You could see them like the eagles. They just hover, all of a sudden fly down, grab the fish, and take off.
Yeah, and think, Bill, of how many hundreds of thousands of people here in this state, and millions of people across the U.S., and millions of and millions of people around the world that are landlocked and never get the enjoyment of that. Seriously, think about that.
Yeah, well, a lot of places they have the lakes where they have the beaches at lakes now in a lot of areas too now. So a lot of landlocked places do that. They go to the beach, the lakes.
Yeah, Bill, thank you. Appreciate it, my friend. Continue to enjoy the beaches and the waterfront down there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And yet, there are other people in this country, if they're listening to me on the air now or online or whatever at voiceofct.com, there are probably people going, hey, what do you mean? In Connecticut, you have to pay? What? What is this? What is this guy in the radio talking about? Well, the beaches where we are here in XYZ state, I think California was one. We got a call from somebody earlier. Maryland, or I'm not sure, Maryland or Virginia is one. So it's really interesting how stuff that we take for granted, kind of the stuff that we're raised with, right? We take all this stuff for granted. But then the other people hear it and go, wait, you parking passes for, wait a minute, what? The individual towns, cities? So one town or city with beach access could wait a minute, they could charge this, and then if I go 5 miles down the road and cross the town line, it's this? What is that about, Pacelli? What are you talking about there? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm reading a couple of, forgive me. Allow me to laugh here. Chris, comment number 2. I think you'll enjoy it. I'm not going to air it, but folks, I'm sorry. You just get one of those things, right, where you just wish you could say this, but you can't. Oh, God. We got some did you enjoy that, Chris? I know you did. We have some text messages here, one of which, God, I would love to read, but I just can't. Hey, Paul, beaches may be a natural resource, but unfortunately, they don't naturally clean up after themselves. So it's usually the local township that has to do that job. And, somebody's going to maintain those natural resources, and it happens even with state passes. Yeah, all right. Not saying the state wouldn't charge anything. Oh, I understand what this person's saying. But you would probably have a uniform fee all up and down the shoreline. Because then if the state is going to change it by city or town, then what's the point, right? This I can't read. Although, God, I'd love to. Campo Beach in Westport has always charged a premium, but after COVID, when the beaches were beyond full, the residences could not park because all the parking spaces were being taken up primarily by non-residents, so they raised their fee. We had a gentleman talking about Campo Beach in Westport a little bit ago. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident at exit 10. You have northbound onlooking delays as well. 95 north, at least in an hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Further ahead on 95, heavy volume delays through Milford and West Haven. Southbound crawling through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. And on 84 eastbound, volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Krause WICC traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center in Florist and Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastimes. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, and the legal fight I was talking about here, I did find they referenced that in the Hearst story. Remember, it was a Greenwich scenario there 25 years ago. Landmark legal fight there. Remember that? Yeah. Big stuff. I remember that made the national news as well. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Coming up, we'll talk to one of the faculty members, practicing physician from the Frank H. Netter, M.D. School of Medicine up the road there at Quinnipiac University in Hamden, or as my father's customers used to call it, Almaden. Hey, Paulie, I got IG Almaden. Oh, yeah. And he will talk about the continued process to try and relieve medical debts. We saw that earlier in the week when a group called, a nonprofit, which I guess people can just, if you want to, you go to this site, Undo Medical Debt, UNDUE, not UNDO, but it could be interpreted that way, Undo Medical Debt. And they work with the state, and they what they basically do is I think they buy the debt from hospitals and healthcare providers who pretty much say, we pretty much know we're not going to get paid for this, but we will take this person's name off the list of people that owe us stuff if you'll pay us, 10 cents on the dollar or 15 cents or 25 cents on the dollar. So we will talk about that there. And we also have news about insurance rates in the state of Connecticut. And guess which way they're going? I know you're shocked. Double-digit insurance rates in this state for health insurance and otherwise. And what do I just say? And I don't mean to be a jerk by saying this, but somebody's got to say it. Might as well be me, right? Around, over and over again. And I'm sure we're going to have some group of legislators bloviate about this. Oh, we've got to do more. Make these people pay. Make that person pay, whatever. And in the end, it turns out to be nothing. So we'll talk about that and more coming up. Officials in Greenwich are trying to save their speed camera program. Boy, the town just, wow. You folks in Greenwich, you don't want them their cameras, do you? I guess not. So we have that coming up and more as we continue. Of course, oh, by the way, I do want to get to, I was going to mention the email address. An email here regarding beach access, as far as statewide beach access. This person writes in, says, I say no, beaches should be for only those who pay taxes in the town, who get free stickers with their car taxes. Residents should not have to deal with the out-of-towners who come in and ruin our beaches and cause trouble, such as teen loitering, drinking, fighting, and littering. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I'm kidding. Relax. What's wrong with a little drinking, fighting, littering, loitering? Come on. It's just a fun day at the beach. All right, Chris and Redding, hang on. We'll do news, traffic, and weather together, all that, as we continue on WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. President Trump is pushing for Bill Pulte, the incoming acting director of national intelligence, to reduce the size of the nation's spy agencies. More from ABC's Karen Travers at the White House.
He reportedly told the Wall Street Journal that Bill Pulte, in this role as acting director of national intelligence, could really shake things up, downsizing the ODNI. He could also push forward to release classified documents related to the 2020 election, something that, of course, President Trump likes to talk about a lot, and has said that the idea of having an acting official in this role gives you more power.
Today, a federal appeals court in Washington, D.C. heard arguments in the case of President Trump's plans to build a new White House ballroom, with lawyers for the president looking to throw out a lower court decision which had halted construction.
A lawyer for the Justice Department told the appellate judges it's the administration's view that courts cannot stop the ballroom's construction, and that the National Trust for Historic Preservation in particular doesn't have standing to sue. Obama-appointed Judge Patricia Millett posed this hypothetical.
Bulldoze the Statue of Liberty.
She asked DOJ Attorney Yakov Roth, if the president suddenly decided to demolish the famous statue in New York Harbor, would no one have standing to sue?
Nothing can be done.
I think that's right, yes.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Job numbers for May were almost double what analysts had been expecting. University of Michigan economics professor Justin Wolfers tells ABC News that lowers the chance of a recession this year.
We had a pretty miserable 2025, but it looks like the middle or the early and middle parts of 2026 really suggest the labour market's moving along. And I think the thing this will really do is it's time to stop talking about the word recession. Recessions don't happen when the labour market's motoring along like this.
And it's a life sentence for Brendan Banfield, the man convicted earlier this year in the murder of his wife and one other person. You're listening to ABC News.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
No real movement when it comes to peace negotiations between the U.S. and Iran after President Trump rejected a potential peace plan. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge reports from Israel.
President Trump was talking about a potential plan that was on the cards, he says, at the very beginning of the war. It would have involved special forces, U.S. special forces, airdropping into Iran. He said heavy equipment would also have been airlifted into those areas. And the idea was for those special forces to conduct some kind of engineering operation to extract some of, or if not all of, Iran's stocks of enriched uranium, which are thought to be buried deep within mountains.
To the war in Ukraine now, where Russia's Vladimir Putin rejected an offer from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down for peace negotiations there. Recently, Ukrainian forces struck St. Petersburg using drones to hit military and oil facilities. Former Defense Department official Mick Mulroy.
For Ukraine, as they advance drone technology far beyond any country in the world,
they are showing that this is not the end of it. It's going to keep being more advanced and having a greater impact on the battlefield as they come up with these new innovative ways to take the fight to Russia.
And Lego has released its largest set ever, a model of the Sagrada Familia Cathedral in Barcelona, Spain, complete with more than 12,000 pieces. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Cheshire Correctional Center inmate is charged with assaulting corrections officers, leaving 6 of them injured. 27-year-old Sherrod Hackett allegedly assaulted officers after contraband was discovered in his cell on Monday. Officers found a contraband, quote, hot pot in his cell during a routine search. Hackett is charged with 2nd and 3rd degree assault, breach of peace, and failure to provide fingerprints. A Fairfield woman is being charged with arson after witnesses say she intentionally set her house on fire. Fairfield Assistant Fire Chief Phil Higgins said the department was called to a duplex at the corner of Castle and Longfellow Avenues around 2:45 p.m. Thursday. Police say witnesses told them they saw 44-year-old Mikhail Rosow intentionally setting fire to the exterior of the home, then left the scene in her car. She is being held on $500,000 bond. And 4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes is weighing in on the future of and current state of the Democratic Party. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Congressman Himes pointed out one of his biggest concerns he has with his party.
For one thing, the Democratic Party has too many 80-year-olds kicking around in it, including our last president. Why did the Democratic Party barely raise a peep when we had a president who very clearly shouldn't have run for a second term? What's going on there?
Himes acknowledged that both parties face continued challenges and commended Connecticut Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto for condemning anti-Semitic comments made by a Republican candidate running for the Connecticut State House of Representatives.
By the way, I agree with you on Ben Proto. Props to him. He spoke with clarity about this bigoted young man who was wearing the Republican.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported exit 32B at the on-ramp on 95 North, over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport, New Haven. Plenty of congestion delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross isn't much better, and 84 eastbound, you've got volume delays plenty coming off the state line going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high and below 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high and below 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, good to have you with us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll get to the phones once again here in just a moment. Want to give you some of our answers to the question of the day today. And I wanted to bring this up, the old argument, the old debate of state control of beaches versus local control. Hearst doing a good job a couple of days ago, knowing we were heading into beach weather again, saying, well, hey, you've got some of these cities and towns along the shoreline charging up to $250 for a season pass for somebody who's out of town. Although for a whole season, that's not really a lot of money when you think about it, especially if you're a family. You can make that your vacation day over and over and over again. And, Westport is carrying the flag there with $500 and something for a full season for people out of town. So the politics of beach access, which made the news about 2 decades ago, 25 years ago. I found a reference to it in that story today. So what do we think here? So the question of the day today, as I formulated it, it's a big word. I like to use that. Formulations. Formulations are always good. Do some cities and towns along Connecticut coastline or the coastline charge unfairly high beach pass prices for non-residents? So are those prices that are charged for non-residents along the shoreline, are those inherently unfair, or do they do that just to control the crowds? Chris, what do you have for us?
Ed says that the user fees are based on availability and other things. I see the same folks who would spend $8 for a coffee go bananas over being charged $6 an hour to use a beach. They don't pay taxes to keep up. People who live along these beaches from Ilona pay taxes that keep the beaches cleaned and groomed. They fix the erosions and everything else, so paying $26.50 or whatever the fee may be goes to help keeping our coastline beautiful. With a Connecticut license plate, state beaches are free. That's from Karen.
Yep.
It's not unfair. Stop crying. That's from Jake. Those beaches are expensive to maintain, and city and town taxes pay for it. Utilize one of these state beaches that you can access for free as long as you are a Connecticut resident. And our friend Dave says, yes, it's a money grab for them.
All right, there you go. We have a guest coming up on eliminating medical debt straight ahead. First, though, before we do the break and get to our guest, Chris in Reading is here. Chris, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Love your show.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. A couple things real quick. The beach thing.
Yeah.
I've been to so many different beaches in Connecticut, and if you don't want to pay the price, go to another beach. We forget how many beaches there are along the coastline. We live in Connecticut, but we don't realize how close we are to the water.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So if it's good for, I'm going to be all la-di-da. If it's good for the environment and good for the beaches and good for people, I understand raising the prices. But, I don't have an answer to why those are raised. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was you were talking about insurance. Paul, I'm dying here. Everything is going up.
Yeah.
And everything. I'm a minimum wage person trying to live in Fairfield County.
Oh, God,
I'm
bless
unemployed at the moment. Yeah, trying to get a job. I haven't found a job in 8 months. And the other thing is, I called for a car insurance quote.
Oh,
Is it me, or are they out of control?
Yeah. And Chris, thank you. I got to move along. But as far as the car insurance, Connecticut as well. All these states are going up and up and up. Sometimes it has to do with the type of car you're trying to insure. Sometimes it has to do with the criminal rates of car theft. But I did read, Chris, and that reminded me what you said. I did read a story that a lot of the increase is simply because it's a lot more expensive to fix cars.
This spring, Melissa in the Morning is hitting the road and coming to your town. It's the return of the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour.
Order up.
Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. Local leaders, select men, and everyone that makes your town great will stop by live. Find the full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Connecticut Education Association.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
It sounds like
It goes.
It's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works, in Fairfield, off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported exit 32B at the on-ramp on 95 North, over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport, New Haven. Plenty of congestion delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross isn't much better, and 84 eastbound, you've got volume delays plenty coming off the state line going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Shelton's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, rolling all along here on Friday, heading into a steamy weekend. Whatever you do this weekend, just be careful. Make sure you stay hydrated. Take it easy on the booze. Cold beer sounds nice. It actually dehydrates you, but enough from me. Joining us right now is a guest to talk about a story that we had earlier this week that I found fascinating, and really is two things. It's a nice thing to see that it's being done, but like I always say, it's sad that we have to do this and we have to find a way. In the same country that put men on the moon in about 7 or 8 years, we put our minds to it and we did it. We really have to find a way to unburden people of medical bills and try as we might to make the whole thing more inexpensive. Quinnipiac University, Dr. Frank Netter School of Medicine, Clinical Professor of Family Medicine, Dr. Khurram Ghumman joins us to talk about this situation here. Dr. Ghumman, hi, it's Paul at WICC. How are you?
Thanks, Paul. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm very good, Doctor. Thank you. Talk about this, the effort here by a lot of people to eliminate some of this long-term medical debt and not burden people with a lot of bills that, frankly, a lot of us realize they're probably never going to pay.
Thank you, Paul. I would like to start off by saying thank you to Governor Lamont's administration to address this longstanding challenge of our own citizens having the inability to pay those medical bills and then ending up on these different avenues where they are having hardships. But as you raised, the underlying question that we all have in a wealthy country like our United States, and even in our country, a state like Connecticut, where we have good median income in our state, people are still struggling to pay for their medical bills. And this current round of this debt forgiveness is number 4 in the series over the past few years. So the real good big picture question is, why aren't our citizens unable to pay their medical bills in the first place? What's driving the cost of care so high? And especially in a state like ours, where there is a lot of the citizens, Connecticut residents, are covered by commercial health insurance plans, and they're still having trouble to meet their financial payments for the medical care.
It's sad, Dr. Guman, because as I mentioned on the show, we talk a good game with this stuff, but and if you disagree with me, fine. But I think the core of this, doctor, is the cost. Everything has a cost. We get it. I understand it. Nobody like yourself wants to work for free. We get it. But I've always said, doctor, I think that until we get a better grip on overall costs and how much those increase every year for a variety of factors, we could stay here for 2 hours talking about this. I don't see us making a big gain on this. I hope I'm wrong, but aren't costs the number one driver here that ends up affecting everyone?
So fair question, fair comment, and I will share a couple thoughts on this. So this current round of debt forgiveness totals to over, I think, $500 million in total since 2024 that has been forgiven. So to your point, you're absolutely right. This $500 million worth of care was provided by either a hospital, a medical office, doctor's office, or somebody has provided some service who is now not getting paid for that service. Now, to your question, to your comment, why is the cost of the care so high in the first place? And that is a fair question, but it's very complicated. It's like, you peel one layer, there's 10 more to peel. Insurance coverage and healthcare access are two different things. And then over the past maybe 20 years, maybe 15 to 20 years, we have seen there's a lot of consolidation within our state, and which is also a part of the national trend, where we have seen only few entities providing the healthcare delivery systems. And also on the other side, there has been mergers and acquisitions between healthcare insurers. So where we maybe had 5 or 6, now we only may have 2 or 3 large systems. So some of that cost is driven by the consolidation to some degree. And I think the consumer, which is our Connecticut resident patients here, are a lot of them have health insurance, but sometimes they lack healthcare access. And that is another part of the puzzle where some of the primary care services, had they received earlier in the course of their disease or illness, the cost may be different. But since their inability to access care in a timely fashion could result into higher cost care down the road.
Absolutely. If you alert, say, and I'm a type 2 diabetic, and I was alerted in 2008, and I made major changes here, and my numbers are good, but I remember getting that notification from my doctor, hey, these are your blood sugars, but he said, listen, get a hold of this now, and for the next 10, 20, 30 years, you'll be fine. So there's always that intervention that you mentioned, Dr. Guman, that sadly does not happen. and you see it in a lot of comorbidities, and it's sad.
Absolutely. And sometimes even our patients will not seek medical help just because they're afraid or fearful of those costs related to that care.
Yeah.
For example, you mentioned diabetes. Now, recently you may have heard about there is a new class of medication that has demonstrated success in weight loss and better outcomes for kidney function, better outcomes for their blood pressure, blood sugar control, better outcomes if some patients have sleep apnea. But a lot of patients, a lot of people, despite the fact having health insurance, cannot afford those medications because they are not covered by their insurance. So I think it's the challenge is not just the cost of the care. I think the other bigger challenge is the insurance coverage is not consistent across the board.
We thank Dr. Khurram Ghumman, MD, Quinnipiac University Frank Netter School of Medicine there. He is the Family Medicine Clerkship Director there and Associate Dean for Strategic Partnerships, talking healthcare on a Friday and talking about some people getting some long-term debt through the auspices of Governor Ned Lamont, the state, and a charity eliminated. Doctor, great to have you on. Thank you, and I'm sure we'll talk in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it. Dr. Khurram Ghumman. All right, let's do this. Do a little traffic and weather together. Do a little business. Come back, get you on the news coming up.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported exit 32B at the on-ramp on 95 North, over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport, New Haven. Plenty of congestion delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross isn't much better, and 84 eastbound. You've got volume delays plenty coming off the state line, going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 475-277-6819 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 475-277-6819 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 475-277-6819 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 475-277-6819.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, good to have you with us. Got news coming up. Thanks once again to Quinnipiac University Frank Netter School of Medicine, Clinical Professor of Family Medicine, Dr. Khurram Ghumman, talking about The tangled web that we still weave with the costs for healthcare. See, reflexively, I pull back on this because I used to be a medical reporter. I know tons of people in the medical business. Is everything perfect? No, we have great medical. We have great medical care in this country. We don't have a health care problem. We've got a patient problem. We've got a people problem of people not taking care of themselves. We've got an insurance problem, a health insurance problem. We have a health care cost problem. But one thing you know, and you know if you listen to me long enough, I say this a lot, is just this whole thing about, well, there's a health care crisis in the U.S. Well, not really, if you understand how to parse this into part patient, part costs, part insurance company, and then one part is the actual administration of the cost and of the care by really qualified professionals here. It's not as easy as everybody makes it out to be. All right, coming back with more right here. It is a Friday heading into a steamy weekend. Beach weather, we're talking about that on WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. President Trump upping the pressure on the incoming acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, telling the Wall Street Journal the ODNI is too big and that cuts are needed. The president also weighing in on the latest jobs report, calling it great. The Department of Labor statistics this morning showing the country gained 172,000 jobs, nearly double predictions.
Leisure and hospitality went on a hiring spree in May, adding 70,000 jobs, including 48,000 just in food, services, and drinking places alone. Local government also saw a strong month, and healthcare continues to show strong gains. Meanwhile, we're continuing to see a decline or stagnation in white-collar jobs. Financial activities took the biggest hit, declining by 22,000 jobs in May, and now down 107,000 jobs since a recent peak in May of 2025.
ABC's Taylor Dunn. And an appeals court heard arguments today from the president's lawyers who are challenging a decision that halts construction of a new ballroom at the White House. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A proposal to transfer ownership of Bridgeport's long-shuttered Pleasure Beach property to the Aspetuck Land Trust is drawing attention as city officials explore options for preserving the environmentally sensitive area while expanding public access. Under the concept being discussed, the nonprofit would oversee management of the site, which includes beaches, wetlands, and wildlife habitat on a peninsula accessible by water taxi and pedestrian bridge. Pleasure Beach was closed last summer due to an infestation of the longhorn tick, but it is scheduled to reopen July 4th. The proposal remains in the early stages and would require approval from city leaders, but advocates say it could provide a long-term plan for preserving one of the region's most unique coastal destinations. Governor Ned Lamont is signing new gun violence prevention legislation in conjunction with National Gun Violence Awareness Day, marking another step in Connecticut's ongoing efforts to strengthen firearm safety laws. The measure expands legal accountability for gun manufacturers and dealers by requiring reasonable safeguards to prevent unlawful firearm sales and allowing victims of gun violence to pursue civil action when those standards are violated. State leaders say the legislation is intended to reduce gun violence and improve public safety while maintaining protections for responsible gun owners. The governor also signing a bill that extends the state's solar incentive programs. The measure, called an Act Concerning Renewable Power Generation, requires the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority to create a new renewable energy program. While utility companies will be allowed to recover program costs through electric rates, advocates such as NYU professor Ann Weisberg argue increased renewable energy generation can help reduce dependence on volatile energy markets and lower electricity costs over time.
Wind and large-scale solar will bring down energy costs for everyone because after you pay for the capital investment, the residual cost for 30, 40, 50 years is zero for that energy.
The law also includes provisions to streamline solar permitting and expand access to renewable energy for low-income households and renters. The new bill will take effect on July 1st. Small businesses are adding diesel fuel surcharges to customer bills to manage higher fuel prices. For instance, DB Landscaping has started to charge customers a 5% fee to the total cost of their jobs. Owner Dan Bravetti says most other business owners he knows have been doing the same thing. AAA says the average cost of diesel in Connecticut has risen to $5.69 per gallon, which is nearly double what it was in February. Bravetti says he will drop the charge as soon as diesel drops below $4 a gallon. The man shot and killed inside a house in Milford by two intruders early Wednesday has now been identified. Police said 69-year-old Frederick Warner was pronounced dead at the scene. The woman who managed to call 911 after she was shot has been identified as 69-year-old Sandra Cooper.
Our detectives and our patrol officers are working tirelessly around the clock on this investigation, and we are making meaningful progress.
Police reported to the scene in the 800 block of East Broadway around 3 a.m. on Wednesday. Police Chief Keith Mello says there are indications that the shooting was a targeted attack
and not a random act of violence. While our patrol division is increasing its presence in your neighborhood, these extra patrols are deployed solely for your support and to reassure our residents. Again, we currently have no information to suggest any ongoing threat to the broader community.
A Connecticut man says he found his vacant land for sale online despite never posting it. Mark Mazzaro says a friend alerted him that she saw the listing online and thought it was strange to see it for sale. Mazzaro says it was posted by a, quote, title pirate who used a fake ID and forged documents to fraudulently sell properties. The National Association of Realtors says that 6 in 10 real estate professionals found cases of title fraud last year, and usually they are cases involving vacant land. Mazzaro says he was able to get the property taken down after just a few hours. And the search is on for artifacts from Abraham Lincoln that are missing from Connecticut College. Lincoln enthusiast Samir Somal says the artifacts disappeared on Tuesday after he left a folder on top of his car and drove away after interviews with fellow Lincoln scholars. He says he spent years assembling the collection. Somal says he contacted campus security to tell them about the missing items, and he thought they had recovered the folder, but he learned they only found a book that had fallen from the car. The artifacts were intended to be the centerpiece of a museum dedicated to Lincoln in Illinois. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound crawl starts in Stamford. New Haven, 91 southbound side. You are jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Northbound, plenty of delays as well going through Milford and West Haven. 84 eastbound side, you are on the brakes coming off the state line going through Route 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms with a high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you and I together at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I read that this, allow me to vent here, if you will, for just a moment or three. Allow me to vent here. I'm looking at this headline, and you've heard this story. Tulsi Gabbard is out ostensibly because her husband is battling a rare form of cancer. Good on her for wanting to be there with him and devote all her time to him. But now the president, who I'm starting to believe is just spitballing, just doing stuff here because he is in some way, shape, or form, I think, bogged down with Iran. Now, Iran's not lost. Everybody said, oh, they lost Iran. No, we didn't lose Iran. Didn't win it yet either. So there's just stuff going on here. Like this, for example. The president is urging a less shackled Pulte, that's his new DNI, to fire intelligence community employees. What? Mr. Trump said in an interview the Office of the Director of National Intelligence should be much smaller or maybe even terminated. Why? What is the thinking on this? Now, I told you, I don't root for a uniform here. I don't root for any side all the time, one side or the other. I don't do that. When I see stuff that just doesn't make sense, I'm going to say it. Really? Now you want to downsize national intelligence? And I know what his point's going to be. Well, you know, there's a lot of Obama people still there, a lot of Biden people there. Well, guess what? The non-executive branch people are nearly impossible to get rid of. And should you get rid of them, they have hundreds and thousands of years of cumulative knowledge there. President Trump said he wants Bill Pulte, his incoming acting director of national intelligence, to start firing a big number of employees as a way to shake up the U.S. intelligence community. That's a great idea. That's just a fabulous idea. That is just mind-bogglingly stupid. To me, anyway. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal on Friday, Mr. Trump said he has privately told Pulte that he thinks the office of the DNI, which oversees 18 federal agencies and units, was unnecessary and or too big. Unnecessary? Really? He said, quote, I'd like to see it smaller. I think there are a lot of people in there that shouldn't be there. Oh, really, sir? Why is that? The president pointed to holdovers from the Biden and Obama White Houses, asked whether he's calling on Pulte to fire people. Mr. Trump said he wants him to start the process, adding that his eventual nominee to serve in the role permanently should continue the work. Now, I'm all for lean and mean here, okay? Lean and mean sometimes is good. Do we know it's good when we have the national intelligence responsibilities of this great nation at stake? Do we know this? The president stunned many of his own advisors when he said earlier this week that he was appointing Pulte, who is a housing finance guy. This guy knows nothing about intelligence. Bill Pulte was the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, and he appoints him to be the new intelligence chief? What? I'm sorry. This is... the move, what it says right here, was met with skepticism from some Republicans who raised concern about Pulte's lack of national security experience. Really? Now, I know what some people may say in desperation. Well, you know, if you run one agency, you can run the other. No. It doesn't work that way, kids. I'm sorry. The president named Bill Pulte Director of National Intelligence on an acting basis, a temporary role that does not require the Senate confirmation. He can serve in that role for another 210 days. Oh, goody. I'm sorry. Call me crazy. Really? Really? Hiring somebody to run an agency who may have intelligence experience and a background there? Oh, my. What are we talking about here on a Friday?
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home
When you call Beauty, go to CallBeautyRealEstate.com.
For 250 years, America has had a story to tell. And for over a century, radio has told it through triumph,
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
through challenge,
The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
through change.
Congress passes the most sweeping civil rights bill ever to be
One thing has remained constant, the power of a voice. This 4th of July, we celebrate 250 years of America and the sound that has been there every step of the way.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks got absolutely shredded today despite better than expected economic news. We saw chip stocks and AI stocks get absolutely ripped, causing the NASDAQ to have its worst day in over a year. While the Dow hit an intraday new all-time high, it finished down almost 700 points to 50,866. The S&P down 200 points, or 2 2/3%, to 7383. And the big loser, the NASDAQ Composite, down more than 4%, 1,121 points to 25,709. It was a liquidation across the board. Crude oil down $2 3/4 to $90.29, despite no progress on the war with Iran. Interest rates moved up on the 172,000 jobs that were created last month, stronger than expected, pushing up the dollar and knocking gold futures down $160. Silver down $5 3/4. This, as Meta says, it may join other technology firms in raising tens of billions of dollars from the public market 1 week before SpaceX goes public with a $75 billion share offering. Rough day going into the weekend. We'll see how this shakes out. Crypto also got hit hard as well.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound crawl starts in Stamford. New Haven, 91 southbound side. You are jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Northbound, plenty of delays as well going through Milford and West Haven. 84 eastbound side. You are on the brakes coming off the state line going through Route 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I know some of you people are probably screaming and yelling at me, let Trump do what he wants to do. No. That's not how this kid plays. No. You don't just trash and shred entire federal departments for no reason other than to appeal to your base. You just don't do that. Now, he's also pushing to build this. Now, frankly, I don't care about the ballroom. Build the freaking ballroom. Go ahead. It doesn't bother me one bit. We should have a really nice place to hold these state dinners, right? We shouldn't have tents being used on the White House ground. So with the whole ballroom thing, I'm kind of with him on that. I don't care. And don't think it won't be used either by, future administrations, if in fact it is built. Now, the argument that is being used here is kind of a parallel argument. I don't know whether you saw this today. It's kind of interesting as to who has what authority constitutionally over how these things get done in D.C. And I guess the both sides were looking at the essential question of whether or not, for example, because of executive power in the district, you could actually tear down the Statue of Liberty. And this is a claim coming from the Trump Justice Department. That's all people had to hear. Oh, boy. Don't give me any ideas. I'm telling you, and I'm not saying this with any joy or any glee or any sort of fist bumping or sobbing. I'm just telling you what I think. And when you appoint a mortgage finance guy to be for it's not even a full year. It's 210 days. It's 7 months to direct the Office of National Intelligence that has 18 different intelligence agencies. When you're doing that, to me, now I could be wrong here, and oftentimes I am. To me, it sounds like that's just an excuse to flip tables here. You know what I mean? I mean, to just, hey, listen, I'm the boss here, and that's the way it's going to be. Man, the guy is that's a word I should look for here. The guy, it's interesting how his brain works. Oh, and it works. Listen, the guy's no dummy, but I just get the impression here, as I kind of sort of predicted to you folks, that as we get closer to the midterms and even after that, you're going to see things just shift dramatically here. I don't know. It just something tells me here that this has all now become a little more. And again, the guy still sounds decent when he gives presentations, and I'm sure he's going to be basking in the glow of the mixed martial arts, the MMA stuff going on, UFC stuff at the White House, which I don't have a problem with either. I mean, come on. Be a little crazy. It's the way it is. It's the way he'll be remembered. But I think now we're in a kind of a zone where there's just stuff being done that shouldn't be done. And if you have to replace Tulsi Gabbard, replace Tulsi Gabbard with somebody who's got, they call it chest candy. Have you seen that? Where all the medals and the ribbons and everything? Which, if you notice, the first time around, he was surrounded by a lot of these guys. Remember General Mattis and all the people that in Trump 1.0, 2016 to 2020, you're like, oh, that guy's a pretty good pick there. Oh, look at that military. But, now it's kind of like, all right, I gave it my run with the people you like. Now we're going to do it my way. So the arguments continue over the ballroom, which I couldn't give a crap about it less if you paid me. But the whole thing, I'm more concerned with who's running the country here as far as subordinates, as far as people running these massive departments in D.C. Has every one of his picks been bad? No, not at all. But when you start playing with who's running the office of the DNI, 18 different agencies, and you're appointing a mortgage guy to do this? No. That's where, no. That to me says one of two things. Well, because, and again, the same thing with Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, who he's now nominated to be attorney general. I mean, come on. Even if you're a Republican, even if you are a Trump fan, you got to say to yourself, really? And by the way, have you noticed now that a lot of Republicans in the House and Senate, they see what's going on. They hear that, if Johnny Cash was here, I see that train a-coming. That train coming down the tracks is the midterms. And you got a lot of Republicans in Congress now saying, Mr. President, sir, with all due respect, no.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound crawl starts in Stamford. New Haven, 91 southbound side. You are jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Northbound, plenty of delays as well going through Milford and West Haven. 84 eastbound side, you are on the brakes coming off the state line going through Route 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms with a high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, June 9th and June 11th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
As we chug along toward the top of the hour here, 3 hours now, 1 big hour to go, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We have rate requests now from the state's insurance companies, so we'll talk about that more coming up. When does that all stop? And for years and years and years, you and I joked with each other at this station and on other stations, right? We would all sit there and say, well, hey, everybody wants their little piece. Things are getting more expensive. Car insurance, medical insurance, dental insurance, and all that stuff you got to buy for your house. But now it comes to a point where you wonder, where is it going to stop? Is it ever going to stop? And again, as we mentioned with Dr. Guman from Quinnipiac a little while ago, look, we know that people all want to get paid. But you have a scenario here now where every one of these expenses goes up, 2, 3, 5% a year. And when basic pay doesn't, when basic pay doesn't keep up with that, what do you do? Now, for a bunch of years, we were all younger. We're saying, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Whatever. But we had one of our callers before bring up automobile insurance. And it was about 6 or 7 years ago where I was seeing a steady decline in I don't want to mention the company. It's one of the big ones. I don't have to say what it is. They spend a lot of more money on commercials, so you can narrow it down. But is it just me? Or have you seen those sudden little decreases that you used to end up getting every year in your car insurance because A, you were older, B, you probably didn't get into an accident, C, you didn't have to pay for a big repair, and D, the car was older. And then all of a sudden we kind of stopped seeing those. Hello? Maud, what happened? And then, of course, when I have the car that I have and I'm almost paid off, I got like 2 or 3 more payments. I remember asking the insurance guy on the other end, again, major company, hey, it's got all these new safety devices on them, right, with the lane departure warning. Why don't I get a break of those? And the guy was honest with me. He said, sir, most of them don't work, and they're really expensive to fix.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Bill Pulte, the incoming acting director of national intelligence, is facing new pressure to downsize the department he's set to run. President Trump telling reporters today that the number of employees at DNI has been way too high for way too long. ABC's Karen Travers is at the White House.
This says a lot about how President Trump views acting officials. When you put somebody in this role but don't intend to keep them there, the president then believes that they can do a lot of significant work in that short period of time.
Stocks slumped today to end the week. It comes as some financial leaders, including the head of the Dallas Fed, indicated that interest rates may go up this year. Meanwhile, a jobs report out this morning found that the economy added more than 170,000 jobs last month, nearly double expectations.
The narrative for the past year or so has been a cooling labor market, but the past 3 months could make a case that cooling has stopped. But while jobs are being added, we are still in a low hire, low fire environment. This is good news for workers with jobs, but reflects a tougher situation for job seekers. We are seeing job seekers struggling in long-term unemployment numbers. Those who have been out of work for 27 weeks or more rose to 27.5% in May, well above pre-pandemic norms. Taylor Dunn, ABC News, New York.
An appeals court hearing arguments today as the president's lawyers look to move ahead with the White House Ballroom project. A lawsuit from historical preservationists had halted the project.
The government argues that the ballroom is necessary for national security, pointing to the drone port that the president says will be on the roof of the new ballroom, the bulletproof glass and the blast-proof columns. The appeals court panel that heard this today is comprised of appointees of Presidents Obama, Biden, and Trump. And it was really difficult to get a sense just listening to the questions for 2 hours over where this is going to land, but you can imagine that the losing side is probably going to take it to the Supreme Court.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. You're listening to ABC News.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy foods, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Cars for Kids can still air its ads in California. A few weeks ago, a judge there ruled the ad had to stop airing because most of the money did not go to needy kids. Instead, it's generally used to finance teen trips to Israel. An appellate court has now ruled the ads can keep playing in the state, at least for now. ABC's Alex Stone explains.
Cars for Kids, they have said through all of this, they're going to fight it, that the money does go to help children that are in need. Cars for Kids saying that they applaud today's court ruling, allowing the ads to continue airing in California. Goes on to say Cars for Kids programs benefit a wide array of children and teenagers. The uninterrupted airing of the ads will enable the charity to continue funding its programs for children and families.
Police in Los Angeles are investigating the murder of longtime character actor James Handy, who was reportedly stabbed by his girlfriend's son outside their home Wednesday. ABC's Trevor Alt has the details.
Officers arrived at the Los Angeles area home to find Handy unconscious in the front yard with a stab wound to the chest, blood-stained cloth strewn on the sidewalk. Handy was later pronounced dead at the hospital. Surveillance video shows the suspect walking in the area, and according to an LAPD statement, after the stabbing, he flagged down responding officers, telling them he was the one they were looking for.
And Buffy the Vampire Slayer fans are mourning the death of Anthony Head, who played the character of Giles on that show. The British actor had also appeared in The Iron Lady and Ted Lasso. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Cheshire Correctional Center inmate is charged with assaulting corrections officers, leaving 6 of them injured. 27-year-old Sherrod Hackett allegedly assaulted officers after contraband was discovered in his cell on Monday. Officers found a contraband, quote, hot pot in his cell during a routine search. Hackett is charged with 2nd and 3rd degree assault, breach of peace, and failure to provide fingerprints. Police in Wallingford are investigating missing funds from the Highland Elementary School PTO. A letter sent to parents on Wednesday night said the board discovered there were $22,000 in missing funds that the organization cannot account for. Several parents have expressed concerns, telling Fox 61 that they are worried there is no accountability. They are also concerned about what it could mean for students. The PTO has contacted Wallingford police, who say the case is open and that additional information will be released when it becomes available. A Connecticut man says he found his vacant land for sale online despite never posting it. Mark Mazzaro says a friend alerted him that she saw the listing online and thought it was strange to see it for sale. Mazzaro says it was posted by a, quote, title pirate who used a fake ID and forged documents to fraudulently sell properties. The National Association of Realtors says that 6 in 10 real estate professionals found cases of title fraud last year, and usually they are cases involving vacant land. Massaro says he was able to get the property taken down after just a few hours. Small businesses are adding diesel fuel surcharges to customer bills to manage higher fuel prices. For instance, DB Landscaping has started to charge customers a 5% fee to the total cost of their jobs. Owner Dan Bravetti says most other business owners he knows have been doing the same thing. AAA says the average cost of diesel in Connecticut has risen to $5.69 per gallon, which is nearly double what it was in February. Bravetti says he will drop the charge as soon as diesel drops below $4 a gallon. And the search is on for artifacts from Abraham Lincoln that are missing from Connecticut College. Lincoln enthusiast Samir Samal says the artifacts disappeared on Tuesday after he left a folder on top of his car and drove away after interviews with fellow Lincoln scholars. He says he spent years assembling the collection. Samal says he contacted campus security to tell them about the missing items, and he thought they had recovered the folder, but he learned they had only found a book that had fallen from the car. The artifacts were intended to be the centerpiece of a museum dedicated to Lincoln in Illinois. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, been the going rate most of the afternoon. and an accident reported at the Fairfield rest stop at the on-ramp. On the Parkway northbound is the way to go. Heavy congestion, though, through Norwalk and Trumbull. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf, 84 eastbound. Plenty of congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high and below 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high and below 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? The world-famous, the all-important 5 o'clock hour. Yes. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. We started the show 3 big hours ago, and it's been a great show today with a lot of text messages, phone calls, and all that. Regarding beach access, yes, beach weather today, beach weather tomorrow, says Paul Bjork. First part of Sunday is going to be warm but cloudy, then it's going to get wet on Sunday. And to some cities and towns along the Connecticut coastline or shoreline, we're still trying to figure out which sounds better, coastline or shoreline. Which of those charge unfairly high beach pass prices for non-residents? And you know how this works, right? If you're a non-resident, you can still buy a pass to go to the beach in Westport or in Fairfield or whatever, but it's going to cost you a couple of $100 to get that buggy in there. Whereas if people, if you're selling to regular taxpayers, maybe it's $20 or $30. It's zero in a lot of cities and towns. So we talked today largely about the politics of beach access. And we had a couple of our early callers say, hey, where I come from, I think one was California, the other might have been Virginia, saying, hey, you know, the state controls the beaches. There's no municipal control of beach property in those states, even though the beach may be in a certain city or town or village or whatever. So I found that interesting. So that is our question of the day, Facebook.com/Voice of CT. A lot of people still piling in on that. Of course, there was that famous lawsuit years ago, kind of a get off my beach lawsuit there, and it evolved into something that I think set precedent, I think. So you can chime in on that. I'm telling you, I've got probably, before we close it out tonight, I've got the, to me, the most fascinating story that I saw probably in the last week or so. Seriously. It's one of those stories that doesn't really make you angry or mad or laugh. It's one of these stories that you just hear and you go, wow, I never thought of that. Calm down. I'm not going to say what it is now, but I will have that for you coming up right here on WICC with Jose now in Shelton leading us off. Jose, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Paul? My favorite MC. You're my favorite MC.
Well, thank you, Jose. What's on your docket today?
Yeah, I was, now that you're speaking of beaches now, I grew up in Bridgeport. I used to go to Seaside Park, one of the best beaches in the state.
Yeah.
Especially in recent years, they've cleaned it up nicely.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't go there because I'm not a city of Bridgeport resident. I passed by there today because I was driving around.
Yeah.
All over the place.
Yeah.
And it's $230 for a non-resident.
For a year.
That's
for a year.
Per year. But that's outrageous.
No, it's not.
You're only going to have 2 months.
Yeah, so?
See, what cities like Bridgeport got to do, I'm going to give the mayor some advice.
Oh, you're going to give Joe Ganim a couple of ideas? Go ahead,
In order to get former residents to come back to the beautiful beaches, like myself, you got to charge them like maybe a little more than regular residents.
Yeah.
Because like now, where I live in Shelton, we only got a state beach.
Yeah.
But I go to state beaches because they're free.
Yeah.
for my registration fee.
Yep.
So I never get to go, to my beloved Bridgeport and spend money there because they chased me out. I want to go spend money there and go to beautiful Seaside Park.
Yeah, but are you sure? Are you sure they want you back? Are you sure?
Yes, they want me because they want my business.
Yeah,
so every time I take my family, I usually go to Hammond Acid and Madison.
There you go.
Island.
Yeah.
But I don't go to my favorite beach is Seaside Park.
Yeah.
That's where I spent 30, 40 years of my life. But 230, I got sticker shock. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but Jose, to a guy like you, what's $230? That's couch change. That's coffee money.
No, but say they charge even $50, which is reasonable.
Yeah.
Me and my family could go there, and other families that used to live in Bridgeport spend our money there, but they charge such an outrageous fee that they scare us out of there.
So you want like a former resident ID card is what you want?
Yeah, like a former resident fee, like $50 for the year.
Yeah. Well, listen.
Not 230. That don't scare anybody.
Call the mayor's office. Let me know what they say, Jose. All right, do that. Let me know what they say. Yeah.
All right.
All right, Jose. Take care of yourself. Nice weekend. Be good there. That's our roving reporter, Jose in Shelton, who I guess has left no, I don't want to say that. I guess he's led an interesting life from what he says. He likes his beaches. He likes his midday drives. He likes his fast food. He likes his, what else? His women. He likes did like his women. I'm not going to get him in trouble. And I guess he still likes his nips. Yes. That'll really get Jose excited. Nips on the beach.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
At Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health, where collaborations with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, we're here for you at Stanford Health.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, June 20th as we celebrate Aaron Judge winning the 2025 American League Most Valuable Player Award. It's Aaron Judge MVP Bobblehead Day, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will receive a special bobblehead commemorating Judge's MVP season. The Yankees take on the Cincinnati Reds Saturday, June 20th. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants.
fresh food served fast.
Concert season well underway now, and it's shaping up to be a good one. Tuesday, June 9th, see Devo at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. Saturday, June 13th, John Waite plays the Wolf Den. Monday, June 22nd, you've got an awesome pair of shows to pick from. James Taylor at the Amp in Bridgeport, and Post Malone and Jelly Roll come to Rentschler Field in Hartford. Wednesday, June 24th, Fits and the Tantrums are at Ridgefield Playhouse. Thursday, June 25th, Gigi Perez comes to Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford. Wednesday, the 8th, Sarah McLachlan at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. And Friday, July 10th, don't miss Lionel Richie with Earth, Wind, and Fire at People's Bank Arena in Hartford. And the following Friday, July 17th, Darius Rucker comes to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Dutchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Dutchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, been the going rate most of the afternoon. And an accident reported at the Fairfield rest stop at the on-ramp. On the Parkway northbound is the way to go. Heavy congestion, though, through Norwalk and Trumbull. New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming through Long Wharf, 84 eastbound. Plenty of congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
News and talk for Fairfield County since 1926. 100 years of WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let me give you this story because it's fascinating to me. This is my favorite story of the week. And the music kind of adds to it, too. This came out actually tail end of last week, I think. All right. So my favorite story since May the 29th, a few days ago. All right. Give me a break. You ever wonder how, now you're going to say, really, Paul? No, but seriously, think of how fascinating this is. You ever wonder how pigeons know where they are? And you know how they get from point A to point B, and the whole thing of homing pigeons and how they were used during the war because we put cameras on them, you know, during I think World War I and World War II, whatever. But you ever know, maybe not just pigeons, but birds in general, like how do they do this? And there's always been a thought among people who know this stuff is that animals sense the Earth's, which we probably don't to any big degree. We probably don't sense this, but birds and other animals, how they sense the Earth's magnetic field or magnetic fields. CNN reports when an American battalion was trapped behind enemy lines in World War I, a pigeon deliver the coordinates that helped save the soldiers when no human messenger could. Later, pigeons carried financial news and stock prices across a 76-mile gap in Europe's telegraph network. During the Cold War, the CIA strapped tiny cameras to pigeons to snap aerial reconnaissance photographs. So, how do they do this? Well, scientists finally have figured this out, or they think they have, to some part or another. Researchers have used a series of flight and lab experiments to find that pigeons, you ready for this? They have a built-in GPS. Pigeons, the ones that you yell at for pooping on your car or for pooping in your hair, that's always pleasant when that happens, right? Or pooping on that windshield. They found that pigeons can use special cells in their livers as internal compasses. These iron-rich cells displayed intriguing quantum properties that allow those pigeons to sense the Earth's magnetic field for directions. Study published in the journal Science. Without the cells, the pigeons became lost under certain weather conditions. Quote, it's a big riddle in the field of how birds use the magnetic field to find directions, said Christian Kurtz, a senior co-author and immunologist at the University Hospital in Bonn, Germany. Quoting again, magnetic fields. No one would ever have estimated that the immune cells can sense that. It's a new function of the immune system. How about that? Doesn't that fascinate you? Now, we can't really interpret that because we don't really know how that feels. Like they're flying a certain from one point to another. What does that magnetism feel like to a bird? Do they feel like they're on a track somewhere? What do they see something in their eyes? I mean, seriously, you talk about night vision goggles for the military. You talk about these high-tech headgear that pilots wear with all the displays and the altitude and the airspeed and the locking onto the target and all that. It looks like a video game. Pigeons in their livers, iron-rich cells in their livers, and that's how they navigate. Is that wild or what? That's my favorite story. I thought it was this week. All right, it was last week. You can give me a break. Was it? Yeah. Wait a minute. Today's the 5th. Yeah, it was last week. It was the 29th. It's actually a week ago today, I think. But how about that? See, I have always said, and I think you people have heard me say this, the first thing I want to find out when I go to the other side, and hopefully that won't be for a while, but having said that, the first thing I want to find out, honestly, is how animals communicate. Now, you know my theory is here, right? You can tell this is a Friday because my mind is going all different places. I believe animals can understand us. They just can't communicate with us. And I believe they also communicate kind of like telepathically. You know what I mean? Like I think they're talking together. You know, might be just me. But now what did I tell you, huh? If you walked away from anything on this show, you walked away with a debate about beaches, state versus municipal, and you walked away knowing that some cells in the livers of pigeons, man, oh man, they can really, really get it done as we move along right here. Pigeons or not on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, been the going rate most of the afternoon. And an accident reported at the Fairfield rest stop at the on-ramp. On the Parkway northbound is the way to go. Heavy congestion, though, through Norwalk and Trumbull. New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming through Long Wharf, 84 eastbound. Plenty of congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 475-277-6819 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 475-277-6819 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 475-277-6819 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 475-277-6819.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-1509, 800-555-1509, or biglou.com.
Paid for by term provider. He's live, he's local, and he's ready to get you through your workday. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, we're talking about beach politics today, right? Right here on Connecticut Today, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6. Today, our lead topic. Going to be beach time again. Beach weather today, beach weather tomorrow, beach weather for the first half of Sunday. And people are contemplating and bitching and moaning and some cheering, though, regarding the cost that is applied to some beaches in the state to maybe control the crowds there. You know, Westport charges $500 and something a year, a season. And, you know, if you go to the beach several times, those prices aren't really bad when you think about how much you would have to end up paying if you went to a fun park or an amusement park or something like that. Or went out for a bunch of dinners and did something, went to a daycation or a staycation kind of thing. So we talked about that. Our question's still up there at facebook.com/voice of CT. And then, as Chris has been telling you, Pleasure Beach in Bridgeport could be handed over maybe to a conservation group. Doesn't sound like the worst idea to me. What do you think of all this?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. President Trump calling for cuts to U.S. intelligence services and putting pressure on the incoming acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte.
I wouldn't mind. I've heard that's way too high for way too long. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. If he cut, I wouldn't mind that.
Markets ended the week down on concerns interest rates could go up again. That's despite a jobs report which found the economy added more than 170,000 positions last month. Justin Wolfers is with the University of Michigan Economics Department and says unemployment remains steady as well.
We're currently in what people are calling a low hire, low fire labor market. No one's losing their job. That's good news. But what that means is there's no new job openings for college graduates to go into. And so young folks right now are finding it a little harder than most.
And lawyers for President Trump making the argument before an appeals court today that the construction of the White House ballroom does not need approval from Congress. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Fairfield woman is being charged with arson after witnesses say she intentionally set her house on fire. Fairfield Assistant Fire Chief Phil Higgins said the department was called to a duplex at the corner of Castle and Longfellow Avenues around 2:45 p.m. Thursday. Police say witnesses told them they saw 44-year-old Mikhail Rasow intentionally setting fire to the exterior of the home, then left the scene in her car. She is being held on $500,000 bond. The man shot and killed inside a house in Milford by two intruders early Wednesday has now been identified. Police said 69-year-old Frederick Warner was pronounced dead at the scene. The woman who managed to call 911 after she was shot has been identified as 69-year-old Sandra Cooper.
Our detectives and our patrol officers are working tirelessly around the clock on this investigation, and we are making meaningful progress.
Police reported to the scene in the 800 block of East Broadway around 3 a.m. on Wednesday. Police Chief Keith Mello says there are indications that the shooting was a targeted attack.
And not a random act of violence. While our patrol division is increasing its presence in your neighborhood, these extra patrols are deployed solely for your support and to reassure our residents. Again, we currently have no information to suggest any ongoing threat to the broader community.
Protesters rallied against ICE outside of the courthouse in Hartford on Wednesday. The rally saw protesters singing, chanting, and staging performances in the first anti-ICE protest in Connecticut since January. Hands Off CT says they've seen an uptick in activity in cities like Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven in recent weeks. A new state law prohibits officers from wearing masks and gives Connecticut residents legal recourse if they're assaulted by a federal officer, which is being challenged by the DOJ. Governor Ned Lamont is signing new gun violence prevention legislation in conjunction with National Gun Violence Awareness Day, marking another step in Connecticut's ongoing efforts to strengthen firearm safety laws. The measure expands legal accountability for gun manufacturers and dealers by requiring reasonable safeguards to prevent unlawful firearm sales and allowing victims of gun violence to pursue civil action when those standards are violated. The governor also signing a bill that extends the state's solar incentive programs. The measure, called an Act Concerning Renewable Power Generation, requires the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority to create a new renewable energy program. While utility companies will be allowed to recover program costs through electric rates, advocates such as NYU professor Ann Weisberg argue increased renewable energy generation can help reduce dependence on volatile energy markets and lower electricity costs over time.
Wind and large-scale solar will bring down energy costs for everyone because after you pay for the capital investment, the residual cost for 30, 40, 50 years is zero for that energy.
The law also includes provisions to streamline solar permitting and expand access to renewable energy for low-income households and renters. The new bill will take effect on July 1st. A proposal to transfer ownership of Bridgeport's long-shuttered Pleasure Beach property to the Aspetuck Land Trust is drawing attention as city officials explore options for preserving the environmentally sensitive area while expanding public access. Under the concept being discussed, the nonprofit would oversee management of the site, which includes beaches, wetlands, and wildlife habitat on a peninsula accessible by water taxi and pedestrian bridge. Pleasure Beach was closed last summer due to an infestation of the longhorn tick, but it is scheduled to reopen July 4th. The proposal remains in the early stages and would require approval from city leaders, but advocates say it could provide a long-term plan for preserving one of the region's most unique coastal destinations. 4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes is weighing in on the future of and current state of the Democratic Party. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Congressman Himes pointed out one of his biggest concerns he has with his party.
For one thing, the Democratic Party has too many 80-year-olds kicking around in it, including our last president. Why did the Democratic Party barely raise a peep when we had a president who very clearly shouldn't have run for a second term? What's going on there?
Himes acknowledged that both parties face continued challenges and commended Connecticut Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto for condemning anti-Semitic comments made by a Republican candidate running for the Connecticut State House of Representatives.
By the way, I agree with you on Ben Proto. Props to him. He spoke with clarity about this bigoted young man who was wearing the Republican.
And the Goodspeed Opera House is reporting it raised over $500,000 at its gala and auction last weekend. Opera House officials said it set a fundraising record for the landmark venue. Andrew Lloyd Webber, the legendary producer behind Broadway hits including Jesus Christ Superstar, The Phantom of the Opera, and Cats, was honored at the event. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, just over an hour from the state line going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little bit easier overall, but it's not perfect. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, crawling through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms with a high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I made somebody mad. Well, I knew I would, because I'm not all left one time or all right one time, and just because I like a person, or for example, just because I'm generally in favor of a lot of things the Trump White House has done, particularly in immigration, and no, I didn't vote for him every time. I know that's what some people like to say. I had a woman call me once, said, "Hey, your boy Trump." Well, how do you know who I voted for? I get this. Paul, you're definitely one of those people that has the Trump syndrome, that think he is anything but an insurrectionist piece of blank liar. And now you agree with him that it's okay tearing up the White House, and who's paying for it? Did I say it was okay? I said I didn't care. I don't care. You are my treasonous president. Have you? Do people not hear me when I criticize the guy? I got to make this bigger here, because I like stuff like this. Hang on, let me make it bigger. You are definitely one of those people that has that Trump syndrome, that think he's anything but the insurrection's piece of blank liar, and now you agree with him. That it's okay tearing up the White House, lying who's paying for it. You are blank, Paul Piselli. Enjoy your treasonous. WICC should get rid of your show. Put someone that doesn't push hating Democrats and pushes Trump's agenda. I don't hate Democrats. I want the Democratic Party to rebound to what it should be. Because the only reason Donald Trump was elected was because of the misgivings of the Democratic Party. And I wonder if this person had heard me for a year leading up to, and thank you for the text, by the way. I don't mind the text, a strongly worded text. But what was I saying for a year? If you don't get your SH together on immigration, you are going to reelect the guy you hate. And what happened? This person says, I'm a Republican, and I'm shamed to be one of the Republicans, and I'm shamed to be, the Republicans are nothing but liars. Well, that makes two of us. I don't like when Republicans lie. I'm a Republican as well. Did you hear me the last couple of days when I said this Freedom Fund, or whatever this idiocy is, needs to go? Well, anyway, no, I did not say I'm okay with him tearing up the White House. I simply said, and there's a difference. I said, I don't care. If they tear it up, well, they tear it up. If they're stopped from tearing it up, they're stopped from tearing it up. Okay? That's it. But thank you for the nice text there from a fellow Republican. So there you go. And by the way, I'm the one that keeps saying that he's not going to be here for the end of the 4-year term. So it's look, I could be wrong here, but I just think that after the midterms coming up in November, maybe into 2027, he orchestrates a fond farewell as he rides off into the sunset doing something. Now, some people may say, well, his ego won't let him do that. Well, yeah, maybe it not, but I still think it happens. That's just me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Pain, injury, illness. When your body won't, will you? Will you do whatever it takes to get back to your life? You will, because we will. Outpatient rehabilitation from Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. From physical therapy and sports medicine to neurological rehab and interventional pain services. Choose the only rehab with the will of Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible. Visit Gaylord.org.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, just over an hour from the state line going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, a little bit easier overall, but it's not perfect. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Longharp into West Haven. 84 eastbound, crawling through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. Sunday, a few showers and thunderstorms with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, love me or hate me, I'm here. Just little old me. Every Monday through Friday from around about 2 to around about 6. Glad you're hanging out with us. WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofthect.com. Joe in Bridgeport is hanging on to help us take out the last segment of the program. Joe, how are you, sir? What's up?
How are you today, Paul?
I'm
Once
all right.
Again, you got me laughing on a Friday. I got to thank you. You're the best.
What did I say?
Your callers are claiming that you're anti-Democrat and treasonous. You are the Stephen Colbert of WICC, my friend.
Well, I just know. Listen,
Stephen Colbert's part on Jon Stewart. You are the Stephen Colbert of WICC.
Well,
anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'd like to do a public service because you've been talking about the beaches.
Yeah,
and
the
everything.
beaches. Yeah.
All right. So do this for your callers. Have your callers Google Candlewood Lake Island closures.
Okay.
The article just came out. For 2 years in a row, they've had to close the islands. Now, I've been going there since I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And which was many decades now.
Mm-hmm.
And since COVID, they've had to shut down the islands because of all the great, cultural diversity that we've gotten since COVID, when everybody got free money and was able to buy boats and jet skis. So they've had to close the island because people buy a jet ski and they shuttle over 40 of their friends and family. They blast music, leave garbage, defecate, and pee all over the island.
That sounds nice on a Friday.
No, but you should look it up because it just came up. So for the second year in a row, because of health and safety issues, because they think that like the poop fairy is going to show up to the island, right, and pick up their human defecation.
Wait a minute. Wait. What am I? And Joe, what am I looking up here? What's the name of this article? What am I typing in here?
Just Google Candlewood Lake Island closures.
All right, I gotta go, Joe. Thank you, appreciate it.
Mirror.
All right, hold on a second, because he mentioned poop. Hold on. I know they've had problems out there. That I know. Candlewood Lake Island. Oh, there it is. Candlewood Lake Island's closure. Candlewood, 2 or 3 of them here. Look at that. Wow. All 12 public islands on Candlewood Lake in Connecticut remain closed to boaters indefinitely. Officials shut them down due to severe overcrowding, unsustainable misuse, as opposed to sustainable misuse, I guess, and public health concerns. Maybe that's the poo part of it. Massive quantities of trash. Oh, and human waste. Yes. There it is, Joe. Thank you. Human waste left on the shoreline. This story from Channel 3. That was a few months back, but it happened in August. So is it going to happen again this year? So there you go. So overcrowding in parties, commercial shuttling. Some individuals were illegally ferrying large groups to the islands without providing return trips. Hey, great. Hey, you going to bring me back? I don't know. There. Sanitation. The sheer volume of visitors overwhelmed the islands, which lack public restrooms. So what are you supposed to do? Oh, man, that's awful. Yikes. Jeez. While you can still boat on the open waters of Candlewood Lake, let me make sure this is... Yeah, this is also from last August, but again, we have another August coming up here. See, this is why, by and large, I mean, I love doing this show, but to have to be near people sometimes, my God, stop. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So at least this happened last year. So you go to an island with the notion that you're going to have to probably answer one call or another in the time you're there, and there's no... So why do they allow... are these people going over there illegally? Might that be it? Maybe we need some state police over there and state PD boat? I don't know. It got a little dangerous today on the International Space Station. NASA now lifting its order for the ISS astronauts to shelter in the Dragon spacecraft amid ongoing air leaks. Air leaks at a space station, not a good thing. Jeez. All members of the Crew 12 mission were told to temporarily, don't you love this lingo, quote, assume an elevated safety posture inside the spacecraft while their Russian counterparts work to repair them. Yikes. Astronauts aboard the ISS were ordered to temporarily shelter in place today, Friday, because of air leaks at the ISS. NASA spokesperson Bethany Stevens said that out of an abundance of caution, all 4 members of NASA's Crew 12 mission, Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meyer of NASA, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, and Russian cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev and NASA astronaut Chris Williams were told to shelter in the Crew Dragon spacecraft docked at the station, while members of the Russian space agency Roscosmos attempted to fix the leaks. About 90 minutes later, Stevens said that the Roscosmos repair activities had been paused for a few minutes. NASA then told the crew members inside the Dragon spacecraft to, quote, end the safe haven procedures and get back to planned operations aboard the ISS. According to Reuters, NASA and Roscosmos, U.S. and Russia, have debated for months over the cause and potential fixes of small air leaks aboard the Russian service module that is a key structure of the ISS. This module is the size of a football field. Yikes. The air leaks had been relatively minor in the recent months, but they escalated Friday from a pound of air per day to 2 pounds per day. According to the official Russian news agency, 2 cosmonauts there were, quote, how about this? You love this in outer space. We're planning to use a saw. We're planning to use a saw to reach an area where they thought they could access one of the leaks, but NASA, here's the quote from NASA, NASA disagreed with that method. One of NASA's spokespeople said the cracks have always been a concern that NASA watches very closely. Bethany Stevens continued, NASA and Roscosmos have been working to figure out where the cracks are coming from. Maybe it's that the thing is just old. It's been up there for 27 years. You think it's starting to crack? It orbits the Earth every 90 minutes faithfully. It's got orbital speed. Mr. Newton told us you get to a certain height and a certain speed, it'll stay up there. It's constantly falling. It's been not degenerating its orbit back to the ground, but it's constantly orbiting. That's a space object falling, but it doesn't really fall. It stays in orbit. I know it's orbital mechanics. It's a little too big for 5 before 6, ending the week here. Long-term human occupancy began in 2000, and astronauts have never had to evacuate it in its 27-year history. I think they're going to get another 3 or 4 years out of the thing and then just ditch it in the ocean and put something else up there. Wow. How about that? Yeah, we want to use saw. Wait, excuse me? You want to get to it? Yes, we have saw we're going to use. For what? We have to get to leak. Yeah, but you're not going to do it with a saw. Why not? Saw work on Earth. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, as we wrap it up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just over an hour from the state line going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, a little bit easier overall, but it's not perfect. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, crawling through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC.
Tonight will be fair with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with a high and low 90s. Sunday showers and thunderstorms, the high and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the Next Rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
What is wrong with saw? Why can't we use saw? Sergey, it's leaking up there. Yes, so we find leak. Then we use duct tape, like Amerikanski does. I'm sorry. Dave and Meriden here to close us out. Dave, what's up with you?
Hey, Paul, maybe they need some Gorilla Glue up there.
Oh, yeah. Flex Seal. Flex Seal, yeah.
I just want to wish you to have a good weekend, enjoy the warm weather, and boy, I'm glad my pool is open.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Dave, enjoy with the wife and the kids and the grandkids and everything. Yeah, Dave got the pool open. There you be. All right. How about that, huh? Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, yeah, it's going to be a nice weekend. A low 90s, I guess, 90 or 92 or 93 or something like that Paul Bjork says for tomorrow. So enjoy it. Again, water safety, but you people know. Going on a boat, take it easy on the booze. Remember, I've interviewed experts. So has everybody else on this station. The intoxication of booze is magnified on the boat because of what it's doing to your inner ear, your vestibular system, and whatever. So you want to be careful of that. All right, watch the heat, and then if you're going to be out, I guess on the water, maybe on Sunday, be careful because the weather's going to, supposedly, latter part of Sunday is going to be some pretty good rock and roll out there. So be good with that. All right, we, of course, have news top of the hour and some segments you may have missed from both Melissa and Lisa Wexler. And coming up after that, Lars Larson, our buddy Eric Erickson, great overnight stuff, and catch the great weekend stuff, too, right here on WICC. The one and only world-famous Chris Williams. Chris, thank you. Back with everybody on Monday.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. President Trump says the soon-to-be acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, should cut positions at the country's spy agencies. ABC's Karen Travers.
He made it clear that this really is an acting role for Bill Pulte as the director of national intelligence, that he will be serving in this capacity for a period of time, but that he is already talking to people to fill that role permanently. The president